Chairman.
Where do you get started?
Oh.
The committee will come to order, and I'm going to yield to my good friend, the ranking member here, just to offer a little blessing over our proceedings today.
Thank you, Chairman. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before your throne of grace to first of all say thank you. You help us in so many ways. We appreciate that deeply. And as we are here gathering to deliberate on how to keep our agriculture system strong, we ask for your blessing. Guide us in the right way, that we make the right decisions in terms of our agriculture system. And we thank you because we know that agriculture is the signature bond of God Almighty in terms of his creation. This is what we pray for, and we thank you for helping us take care of our farmers and all of those millions who rely on us to make the right decisions at the right time. Thank you, dear Heavenly Father. And with these we ask and say, thank you and amen.
Amen. Thank you, ranking member. Welcome and thank you for joining for today's hearing, where we're here from Administrator Michael Regan from the Environmental Protection Agency. And after brief opening remarks, members will receive testimony from our witness today, and then the hearing will be open to questions. So I'll take the liberty of offering my opening statement. Once again, good morning, Administrator Regan. Good to see you. Glad to have you here. Thank you for taking the time to be with us today. While the scope of this committee's jurisdiction over the EPA actions is limited, nearly every decision coming from the EPA has the potential to disproportionately impact rural America and those living and working there. I think we can all agree farmers, ranchers, and foresters are the original conservationists, and no one cares more for the environment than those with livelihoods that depend on it. In the first hearing I hosted as the chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture, members heard from a variety of challenges American farmers and ranchers are currently facing. A recurring theme throughout the hearing was uncertainty, mostly stemming from nonsensical regulations and policies perpetuated by the Biden administration. From my vantage point, it appears EPA and USDA are not only playing in one another's sandbox, but are perpetuating wrong-headed priorities. EPA wants to dictate what producers grow and how to grow it, and USDA is laser focused on expanding funding and policies related to climate. Historically, EPA has overregulated the agriculture industry, and this continues today, whether it be the war against crop protection tools, regulatory whiplash about what defines the waters of the United States, or WOTUS, or a top-down prescription of electric vehicles. You know, American farmers and ranchers need access to crop protection tools to control damaging pests and weeds, increase yields with fewer inputs, and implement voluntary incentive-based conservation practices such as reduced and no-till. Until recently, producers relied on the science-driven, risk-based registration and registration review process established under the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, affectionately known as FIFRA, to provide certainty surrounding the use of these tools. In the past 2 years, the agency has sought to restrict or cancel several important chemistries, including chlorpyrifos, atrazine, rodenticides, organ phosphates, and many more. Additionally, it is concerning to hear USDA's expertise and advice was ignored in many of these decisions. These actions erode public trust in the regulatory process, undermine confidence in scientific integrity of the EPA, and cause extreme uncertainty for producers who seek to provide the world with the safest, most abundant, and most affordable food and fiber supply in the world. Simply put, any decisions related to crop protection tools should be based on actual science, not political science. Additionally, and something of a bipartisan interest, is uncertainty created by the Biden administration's effort to redefine WOTUS. This is the third time in 7 years the agency has attempted to rewrite this definition under the Clean Water Act, and comes only 2 years after the Navigable Waters Protection Rule finally provided long-awaited certainty for farmers, ranchers, and landowners. And while producers wait for the Supreme Court's decision on a case related to WOTUS regulations, the Biden administration's definition is far from being durable, as claimed by the EPA. In fact, the rule has already been blocked from gaining into effect across 26 states. Further, both the House and the Senate recently passed a bipartisan resolution of disapproval, and I was proud to co-sponsor that resolution. I'd like to thank Ranking Member Scott for joining us in the effort to provide certainty for those who need it most. Now, I'm disappointed President Biden once again turned his back on rural America and vetoed this resolution. In your confirmation hearing, you, Administrator Regan, promised to have an open-door policy for farmers, and this commitment to listen, combined with your understanding of agriculture, seemed very promising to many. However, the regulatory agenda being pursued by this administration constantly misses the mark and exposes rural America to further ambiguity and wrong-headed policies. In 1956, President Eisenhower said, quote, "Farming looks mighty easy when your plow is a pencil and you're 1,000 miles away from the cornfield," end quote. Well, this rings true today, and I implore the agency to spend more time in the field and less time proposing disastrous, untested rulemakings. Minister Regan, I want to thank you again for being with us today. It is greatly appreciated. This hearing is long overdue, and I know my colleagues are looking forward to this discussion. And I now yield to the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Scott.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And first, I'd like to begin my comments by thanking you, Chairman Thompson, for bringing us together on this hearing today. This hearing today allows us to learn more about what Administrator Regan is doing at the Environmental Protection Agency to work with our farmers, our ranchers, our foresters, in order to ensure that Americans are enjoying a bountiful food supply, clean air, and clean water. With passage of our Inflation Reduction Act last term, we made historic investments in rural America to help our farmers and rural communities mitigate climate change and continue to lead the way on renewable energy. These investments in infrastructure and our Farm Bill and forestry programs will pay dividends for farmers well into the future and help ensure clean air, clean water for future generations in years to come. And with that in mind, we should also strive to focus on issues that are within the House Agriculture Committee's jurisdiction so that we can bring the most impactful information and action in crafting the Farm Bill that is becoming more and more urgent every day. I want to thank you, Administrator Regan, for your time. And I want to thank you for calling me and having our discussion. And we're going to learn more and more about what you are doing and plan to do, not only with the Farm Bill, but all the other multitude of issues that we are depending on you to provide leadership for. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Thank him. The chair would request that other members submit their opening statements for the record so our witness may begin his testimony, and to ensure that there's ample time for questions. I'm pleased to welcome Administrator Michael Regan from the Environmental Protection Agency to the committee today. Minister Regan, thank you for joining us, and we'll now proceed to your testimony. You'll have 5 minutes, and the The timer in front of you will count down to 0, at which point your time has expired. Minister Regan, please begin when you're ready.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Scott and members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss EPA's engagement on agricultural and rural policy matters. When I joined the agency 2 years ago, I made it clear from the beginning my strong desire to work closely with the farming and ranching community to identify practical, science-based policies that protect the environment and ensure a vibrant and productive agricultural system. During my tenure, I've visited a farm in Kansas and an ethanol facility in Iowa. I've held joint events with Secretary Vilsack in Alabama and North Carolina, and I've hosted agricultural leaders, CEOs, in my office at EPA. Agricultural and rural communities across the nation are very important to me and to President Biden. I was raised in rural eastern North Carolina, and I'm deeply familiar with how our agriculture producers work tirelessly to put food on our table. I also know that farmers and ranchers are tremendous conservationists and stewards of the land, in part because their livelihood depends on it, and it depends on sustaining natural resources from generation to generation. At the same time, many producers find themselves on the front lines of the climate crisis, facing increasing impacts from extreme weather events like storms, widespread flooding, prolonged drought, and more frequent wildfires. I want you to know that our agency is committed to supporting America's farmers and ranchers, to ensuring they can produce an abundant and uninterrupted supply of food, feed, fuel, and fiber, while also continuing to deliver on our mission of protecting public health and the environment. My testimony today will highlight the ways in which we are furthering these goals. I'd like to begin with an update on pesticide policy. EPA's role under FIFRA is to evaluate the human health risk and any environmental impacts from pesticide use and weigh them against the benefits. I'm committed to following the science and following the law to make the best decisions concerning these regulations. As you are aware, multiple administrations have struggled with balancing the scientific and legal policy considerations that arise from both FIFRA and ESA. On numerous occasions over the past 2 decades, federal courts have ruled that EPA has been out of compliance with the ESA when registering pesticides, and the agency has faced an increasing number of lawsuits for failing to meet its obligations under the law. This administration has taken to heart the charge from Congress within the 2018 Farm Bill by reinvigorating the federal interagency coordination and the broader stakeholder engagement process. Last year, we announced that the agency will meet its ESA obligations before registering any new conventional active ingredient. We also published a comprehensive ESA FIFRA work plan that seeks to forge a long-term strategy with full stakeholder participation and input in an effort to protect listed species, reduce our legal vulnerabilities, and provide predictability to our farmers. Another issue of significant interest to agriculture is biofuels. As you know, renewable fuels help diversify our nation's energy supply. Biofuels are also important to rural economies and provide good-paying jobs and income to farming communities. Getting the Renewable Fuel Standard program back on track has been a key priority for me since arriving at EPA. Last year, we finalized renewable volume obligations that placed the program on a stable trajectory for responsible growth. In fact, the RVO for 2022 represents the largest volume finalized by this agency. We are now at an important juncture in the RFS program. In December, EPA proposed growth-oriented targets for 2023, 2024, and 2025. We received a significant amount of stakeholder input during the public comment period, and we are currently considering this input as part of the process towards finalizing the rule in coming months. Another topic of interest to the agriculture community is the definition of waters of the United States. In recent years, the only constant with WOTUS has been change, with definitions shifting from administration to administration and from court decision to court decision. This has resulted in confusion, inconsistency, and uncertainty. So in December, EPA and Army worked together to provide a durable definition of WOTUS that we believe is clear, consistent, and reasonable while protecting wetlands and facilitating agriculture production. The final rule codifies several exclusions from the definition of waters of the United States in the regulatory text, and these exclusions deliver clarity and certainty to a broad range of stakeholders, including farmers, ranchers, and landowners. So in conclusion, EPA's mission is to protect public health and the environment, and I believe our mission goes hand in hand with supporting America's agricultural and rural communities. Thank you again for the opportunity to visit with you all, and I look forward to answering questions and learning how we can work together effectively. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Minister Regan, really for your important testimony today. At this time, members will be recognized for questions in order of seniority, alternating between the majority and minority members, and in order of arrival for those who joined us after the hearing convened. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes, each in order to allow us to get to as many questions as possible, and I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Minister Regan, the USDA Office of Pest Management Policy, OPMP, has experts who not only understand how EPA implements the pesticide registration and registration review process under FIFRA, but they also understand the agriculture industry and what mitigation measures can actually be implemented. However, the EPA has recently rejected or ignored recommendations from the Office of Pest Management Policy, providing uncertainty for producers. Minister Regan, does EPA not value the input it receives from other federal agencies like USDA?
We absolutely do. We value the input we receive from staff, and I value my personal and professional relationship with Secretary Tom Vilsack. So we are working in very close coordination on a whole host of issues.
Well, because your agency has frequently ignored input from USDA, Congress passed language last year that requires the EPA to take into account feedback from USDA when developing mitigation measures as part of interim decisions. Administrator, how do you plan on following this language to ensure that USDA feedback is actually implemented in your decisions, and not just with Secretary Vilsack, but quite frankly with the professionals that we have deployed within USDA that your staff should be consulting with?
I can tell you that we are consulting with them, and we are taking that feedback into consideration. Since I've been there for the past 2 years, whether it's in my front office or throughout the agency with career staff, we're seeing constant engagement, constant meetings, co-hosting meetings with external stakeholders to be sure that we're getting all of the information to make the decisions we make.
Well, I want to follow up with that with one more question in terms of, so if you are doing that, and there's some suspect that hasn't happened as effectively as what it should in consultation, but how often are there individuals from the White House putting their thumb on the scale when it comes to issues related, whether it was related to WOTUS, the pesticides, a number of issues that are just appear to be anti-farmer. I mean, in terms of the consultation, you talked about your relationship with Secretary Vilsack and professionals. How about contact from the White House, and who's having that influence?
Well, I can say that, the White House has delegated that authority to me. I am the regulator. I've been focused on designing these regulations, and as far as our regulations are concerned and our litigation strategies, I do those as the administrator in consultation with Secretary Vilsack, and then we apprise the White House of when and how we're going to make these decisions. I, fortunately, have not had any fingers on the scale as it relates to doing the business of EPA when it relates to our agriculture practices.
Well, it just feels like the White House is weighing in, because we know your background. I appreciate your background. I appreciate you, and I think with your background, I know you would do the right things for the American farmer. So last November, EPA rejected Pennsylvania's revised Chesapeake Bay Watershed Implementation Plan, their WIP. With the 2025 deadline looming, EPA has continued to move forward with an impractical timeline for states to meet the targets across a 6-state watershed. And given the scale of this restoration, we must be realistic about our goals and our timelines, and it's essential that the EPA works collaboratively with farmers, not punitively. Given that the targets are not going to be met before the deadlines, do you think that timeline needs to be extended beyond 2025?
Well, we've definitely recognized that we're not going to meet that 2025 deadline, and so we've met and we're doing a recalibration of that 2025 goal. So we've made a lot of progress, but we also know that we have a long way to go. The decision to rethink how we accelerate momentum through 2025 and beyond, I believe, will offer some relief to the agriculture community. So we're doing a reset. We're doing more of an engagement of how we meet this multi-state approach, and I feel good about the path forward.
In the interim, does the EPA intend to ramp up on-farm inspections over the coming year in the Chesapeake Bay region? If so, what can producers expect?
No, I think what we've done is we've taken a step back as a multi-state work group, and we said that the 2025 deadline is too hard to meet. There were some expectations that were set and some actions that had not been taken up until this point. So we need to recalibrate.
All right, thank you very much. My time has expired, and now please recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Chairman. Administrator Regan, I recently joined a bipartisan group of my House colleagues in sending you a letter, which I would ask that we enter into the record,
Without
Mr. Chairman.
without objection.
And this letter had regards of the renewable volume of obligations proposed by EPA for 2023 to 2025. As noted in the letter, the Energy Information Administration has projected a doubling of renewable diesel capacity by the year 2025, with EPA's proposed targets for biomass-based diesel accounting for less than 10% of the volume increase estimated by EAI. How do you account for this divide? And can you commit to us setting blending targets that will support the expected growth and promise of these industries?
Well, thank you for the question, Congressman. And let me just say that in 2022, we set the highest volumes ever in EPA's history. And so we're proud of that. And what we plan to do is continue that trajectory. As you know, we've proposed a rule. And so we're in that proposal phase. And there aren't too many things I can comment during this time of comment. But what I can say is 2023, 2024, and 2025, we'll continue that positive trajectory. We are taking in a lot of comments on the role of biodiesel. We're taking a lot of comments in on these amounts. And so we're taking a very close look at those. And I can assure you, we've met with a number of stakeholders who have offered us a lot of new data, and we believe that will be reflected in the final rule.
Thank you for that. Now, last week, you announced emission standards for new cars, and that announcement led to concerns from the biofuels industry and our farmers in regards to the administration's view on the role biofuels have been playing and can continue to play in reducing emissions and powering our cars and trucks. So tell us, what would you say to our farmers and our domestic biofuels industry, the role you see biofuels playing in the future?
Well, I think we see a significant role. It's called walking and chewing gum at the same time. I think that when you look at the policies of this EPA and the investments that we're making in biofuels and advanced biofuels, just by the last RVO volumes we set and the ones that we're anticipating setting, and then the partnership that I have with Secretary Vilsack and Secretary Buttigieg as we look at the role of biofuels with aviation fuels, we see a tremendous market for biofuels that is complementary to the EV fuels future. And so we think that we can do both. We see a balance here. And in both cases, we're trying to follow the markets, follow technology, and follow the science as well.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, Administrator Regan, where is EPA on the registration review process? Last Congress, when we passed PREA 5, we extended the registration review process well into 2026. Do you think EPA is on track to meet this deadline?
Well, I want to thank Congress for including the fifth reauthorization of PREA in the 2023 Omnibus Bill. It's been extremely helpful, and we know that PREA is critical to providing EPA with those resources. We're still digging out of the backlog. We're still digging out of some of these backlogs that we're seeing, and so more staff would mean a more efficient process, and that's why you receive some of the requests that you've seen in our budget.
Well, thank you for that, Administrator, and you're doing a wonderful job, and whenever I can be helpful, please call on me. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes former Chairman Lucas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Regan, as you are well aware, the work done at your agency, especially the IRIS assessments, often crosses committee jurisdictions and requires interagency collaboration and coordination. From my perch as chairman of the House Science Committee, I have seen issues arise when the agency scientists at USDA and EPA are at odds. A primary example of EPA's action regarding chlorpyrifos uses. When USDA's Office of Pest Management Policy provided your agency with evidence that certain uses could be retained to meet safety standards, but EPA chose to ignore that evidence. So I guess my first question is, in your written testimony, you spoke about your strong desire to work closely with the farming and ranching community to identify practical science-based policies that protect the environment and ensure a vibrant and productive agricultural system. Can you explain then why the scientific expertise at USDA has been sidelined on this issue and on various others, such as the atrazine mitigation measures, now just to name a few, Director?
Well, I'll start with the chlorpyrifos because that's one that our agencies have talked quite a bit about. And I think what the constraint is the court weighed in and said that they were fed up and frustrated with EPA's inaction. So they set a high bar and a timeline that was really hard to meet. And so I would argue that the difference between USDA and EPA on this instance isn't the science. It's how we had to apply to what the court required for us to do. And they set a bar that was too high for us to meet in the time that they gave us using the science that we had. And so we made the best decision that we could make with the science that we have to comply with the mandate from the court, which that mandate from this court was much different for chlorpyrifos than it has been for any other pesticide we've seen.
Because of your stated commitment to science-based decision-making in carrying out the mission of the EPA to protect human health and environment, do you believe, in a general sense, I guess I'm asking, that science and technology play a critical role at EPA and should be utilized by other federal agencies?
I do. I do believe science and technology play critical roles.
Do you think that every EPA administrator, now and in the future, should place a high importance on science and technology activities of the agency?
Absolutely, and I believe if that had been done in the past, we wouldn't have 50 years of ignoring the ESA, and this administration would find itself in the position that it is in.
Do you think that in your position, the administrator more frequently coming before secondary committees like you're doing today for Ag would help better coordinate activities and shed light on the cross aspects of EPA's work?
You know, any way we can be transparent, any way we can exchange information, I'll raise my hand for that.
Well, having the privilege of being both a member of the awesome Agriculture Committee and the Science and Space and Technology Committee, where we're very focused on research and science in the future, I look forward to seeing you in front of the Science Committee. Matter of fact, we'll get you an invitation fairly soon. And together we'll work on these issues and try to make sure that science is the predominant force when we make decisions. I respect the courts. I respect differences of opinion. But when the science is generated by people closer to the issue in the field and the use, I think we have to give them the benefit of the doubt. But again, thank you for being here today, Mr. Director. We're going to have a lot of good visits in the coming days, I'm sure. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, Chair now recognizes Ms. Bamberger for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Administrator Regan, for joining us today, and thank you to the chairman and to Ranking Member Scott for holding this hearing. Last week, I convened a Farm Bill Summit in my district to hear directly from Virginia crop and livestock producers, farm groups, and conservation organizations about their priorities as we work to craft and advance the Farm Bill. We had more than 100 people in attendance and heard from a wide range of commodities and perspectives. One topic that came up throughout the day was the conservation practices that producers and growers were choosing to implement on their operations. We also discussed the USDA conservation programs that Virginia producers utilize in order to make those investments in best management practices. Unfortunately, we also heard from some farmers who had been waiting for quite some time to gain access to these programs due to demand outpacing funding and workforce shortages at NRCS. I am proud that we have significantly increased funding for these oversubscribed voluntary conservation programs so that more producers like those that I represent can access them without the long wait times. We also need to look at how to strengthen the NRCS workforce and ensure boots are on the ground to implement these programs. And I will get off my soapbox on that. Because we know that these programs are good for farmers' bottom lines, but they're also beneficial to water quality, which brings me to your visit here today. They're beneficial to water quality in their surrounding communities and watersheds, and much of Virginia is in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. And I am proud of the steps that we are taking as a region and as a Commonwealth to improve the health of the Chesapeake Bay. But there certainly is more work to be done. Can you share some of your insights on how investments in conservation through the Farm Bill, investments in conservation practices in the agriculture sector have and can continue to improve water quality in vulnerable bays, rivers, estuaries, such as the Chesapeake Bay, and certainly these waterways are such drivers of Virginia's economy? Sir?
Well, thank you for that question. And I'll say, over the past 40 years, EPA has invested more than $1.5 billion through the Chesapeake Bay program. And thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law recently, we're deploying an extra $238 million specifically to the Chesapeake Bay. It's because of the strong partnership with agricultural organizations in the watershed that we've really made a lot of progress and appreciate constructive engagement with farmers and agricultural organizations across the Bay States, but especially in Virginia. I'll give you an example. Just a few months ago, the Chesapeake Bay program awarded $500,000 in bill funds, leveraging more than $1 million total to support Virginia dairy farmers. And this is focusing on implementing conservation plans and reducing nutrient runoff in partnership with the Maryland Virginia Milk Producers Cooperative and the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation. So that's just one example of conservation and partnership, not just with ag organizations and the state, but with EPA. And USDA and EPA, we've established a new federal task force on crediting Chesapeake Bay conservation investments. This task force has and will continue to work on and identify more fully committing to how we recognize credit programs for farmers. So those are a couple of examples of where conservation is playing a lead role, not regulation, and EPA's relationships with our states and our farmers are really ensuring that we seek success there.
And I appreciate you mentioning the dollar amount in terms of EPA funding that we're able to leverage to the benefit of communities. Certainly across Virginia, our aquaculture continues to grow. Our rivers and lakes are not only a source of great pride for Virginians, but also major economic drivers. And as we are seeing as substantial growth to our oyster and aquaculture industries, making sure that we're bringing back the health of the bay and our rivers is a top priority for so many Virginians. So I thank you for highlighting the types of programs where EPA does join with USDA to ensure that investments and programs to the benefit, again, voluntary programs to the benefit of, as in your example, dairy producers can also have that downstream, quite literally, impact. Certainly, we know that farmers are the original conservationists, so I would just continue to encourage you, and I appreciate you're doing it. Would love to see more of it, ensuring that farmers and producers are at the table when we're discussing environmental challenges, water cleanliness challenges, and the portfolio of EPA. So thank you for your work, sir, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Administrator Regan, glad to see you here. If I understand your resume correct, your father was an extension agent for somewhere around 30 years?
Yes.
All
Well,
right.
he was an extension agent around 14, and then the National Guard pulled him back into active duty, so.
Oh, so, well, that was, that might be even better. That means if you were wrong, you got corrected.
Absolutely.
Educated both ways. That's awesome. Well, I have a tremendous amount of respect for our land grant institutions and our extension agents, and I appreciate your comments about following the science, because agriculture needs to follow the science. The farmers want to follow the science. I am concerned that when it gets to the courts, that the science sometimes gets ignored, and decisions that should be made by Congress, by the agencies, when they're determined in the courts, they end up being done in many cases without regard for the impact on production agriculture. And as you know, I'm from Georgia, you're from North Carolina, so many of our crops are going to be the same. The chemicals we use are the same. You know, it's been mentioned before, herbicides, glyphosate, dicamba, atrazine. I mean, when we're going to use no-till or minimal till, things that are actually very good for the environment, we have to have those chemicals, or we can't use those growing practices. And you know, when those things are taken off of the market, it means that we have to burn a whole lot more diesel at a much higher cost to the farmer and candidly, the environment. Yeah. And I just wonder if you could talk more about the importance of using herbicides and the fact that we need to be looking at all of the facts. When you take these herbicides off the market and you have to transit the field multiple times because you can't use the herbicide, so you're burning more diesel. You have to cut the dirt deeper with a bottom plow instead of using no-till. The damage that's being done to the environment simply by the courts not taking into account the impact on production agriculture and good environmental practices when they take these chemicals off the market.
Yeah. Thank you for that question, and I couldn't agree with you more. And we find ourselves slightly in a conundrum, which I would consider not necessarily a technicality, but because of a lack of incorporating the ESA into our decision-making, now we're all in this pressure cooker. I believe that our farmers should have every tool in the toolbox. And so there's a couple things we can do. I think the first thing is making sure that we are looking at the science and making sure that the science is correct. I also think that when we have situations like dicamba, it's not about just ripping it off the market. It's about making sure that our farmers have the education so that we can avoid the overspray and having millions of dollars of crops disrupted because some farmers need that pesticide. But then there is this sort of lack of funding at EPA. We have so many new market entrants that are ready to hit the streets that could be tools for our farmers, but we haven't gotten them through our review process because we have too few employees to do so. So yes, I think we can make sure we're applying the science correctly, don't artificially take products off the shelves, but then there are a lot of new products that farmers are ready to see and use that we need to get those out the door as well.
But in many cases, it's a court that's issuing the ruling that defies logic. I mean, this isn't an EPA issue, but I mean, if baby powder caused cancer, we'd all have cancer, right? I mean, and yet we've got courts issuing rulings on that are taking products that we've all used. Glyphosate is an example of one. I've used Roundup multiple times. If it caused cancer, I feel sure that I would have cancer, and I don't. So I'm very worried about the courts not taking into account the science and the impact on production agriculture, and that's one of the things as we write the Farm Bill that maybe we can give some direction to the court on. That said, while I've got you, before I go, I do want to mention one thing. It bothers me to see our forest lands being cut down and solar panels put up on it. I don't understand how that's a square deal for the environment or the taxpayer. And I can tell you in my area of the state, we have the solar subsidies are so high that they're paying 30 to 40% more than land is worth to anybody else. and then they're cutting down the forest and putting solar panels up on it. I do think that's something that if we're going to be honest about what's good for the environment, we have to be honest about what's good for wildlife and the watershed and everything as well, not just carbon. And that's something that if any help from your administration with making sure that those subsidies aren't so high and aren't able to be used to cut down forest land, I would appreciate. My time's expired. Now go to,
No, that's fine. Thank you. And thank you to Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Scott for hosting our hearing this morning. Administrator Regan, thank you for being here to provide your testimony. I represent Colorado's leading producers of sugar beets. Sugar beet producers in my home state will face serious economic losses and a big step backward in their sustainability achievements because of the aggressive invasive weed, Palmer amaranth. There's currently no approved crop protection tool for use by sugar beets for Palmer control registered in the United States. Colorado has asked for emergency use of a product registered in Europe, metametron. As I mentioned, my sugar beet producers in Colorado will be facing serious economic losses and harm to soil health if the solution is not approved. So, Mr. Administrator, I was wondering, what is the EPA's timeline for getting a product into the hands of farmers in my state to mitigate this emergency?
Well, thank you for that question, and I want to be sure to say that we understand the sense of urgency. Our team has been working on that, and we received the request for a Section 18 emergency exemption for sugar beets. We're still evaluating the safety of the product of metamitron, I believe that's the term, and it appears to me that it's more realistic based on the process that it'll be 2024. We'll work hard for 2023. But I think this conversation is instructive of the amount of litigation we faced by short-circuiting some of these processes has come back to haunt us.
Given that you mentioned Section 18, which currently authorizes the EPA to allow emergency exceptions for unregistered uses of pesticides to address emergency conditions such as this one, keeping in mind safety still and that our farmers are still waiting, are there any new authorities that the EPA needs to address emergencies in a more timely manner?
Let me take that question back to my staff, and I'll pose that question. I can tell you, and you'll see this reflected in our budget, I think the biggest thing that we need right now are resources for staff. We have a staff that is reflective of the 1980s and 90s. It's just not competitive in the 21st century, especially when we look at pesticides and herbicides. And so we just need the bodies, the scientists, the engineers, the folks in our office that can screen these new products so that we can get them in the market. We want to do that. And we've talked with a lot of farming a lot of people in the farming community, they want that too, and which is why they're advocating for a stronger EPA budget in this specific division.
Thank you, and I certainly understand the need for the people and the bodies there to make sure that things are safe, but also that we're addressing the needs in agriculture. Another issue that I wanted to touch on was the Pesticide Registration Improvement Act of 2022, which requires the EPA to develop and implement a vector expedited review voucher program to incentivize the development of novel tools and crop-protecting pesticides to manage mosquitoes that transmit diseases such as malaria, dengue, Zika, and yellow fever. I can tell you when I was studying in medical school, we learned about these diseases as something that happened in other countries, not things that were going to affect the United States. But with mosquitoes becoming resistant to current pesticides and the fact that we're seeing these diseases now in areas where they had not been seen before, I'm very concerned about insect-borne diseases from a public health perspective. So what steps is EPA taking to ensure that the statutory deadline of December 29th, 2023 for developing and implementing this program is being met?
I will, on that specific program, I'll have to have staff get back to you on that in terms of the specific timeline. I know our staff is working hard and diligently on it, but I want to give you a solid answer for that one.
I appreciate that, Mr. Administrator, and thank you for everything that you do. I yield back my time.
Chair now recognize Mr. Desjardins for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Administrator Reagan, thank you so much for being here today. Very important topics, as we all know. The new EPA and Corps of Engineers WOTUS rule scales back the 2020 Navigable Waters Rule exclusion for prior converted croplands. Was USDA consulted on this change?
Yes, we consulted with USDA on the entirety of the rule.
How might this change impact landowners when PCC determinations are being made?
Well, I think the number one, I'll say this. I'll say that the navigable waters rule that existed prior to this administration was vacated by multiple courts. And so we were going back and starting over, not from the Obama rule or the prior Trump rule, but pre-2015. And so what we've done is we codified. We worked with USDA, and we created and clarified exclusions to support farmers. Worked directly with USDA on exclusions for prior converted cropland, certain ditches that drain dry land, certain swells and erosional features, certain artificially irrigated areas, and certain artificial lakes and ponds. So we went back and we wanted to codify exclusions and exemptions within the regulatory text, and that's what we did in this rule.
Okay. Well, as you know, it is expected that the Supreme Court in coming months will rule on the pending Sackett versus EPA case, which could have significant ramifications on the determinations of waters of the U.S. What was the rationale for EPA moving forward with this new WOTUS rule before the Supreme Court rules on the Sackett case?
I'd say two reasons. The first is the looming litigation for not having an updated rule because the previous rule was vacated. Secondly, we learned from the navigable waters rule and the Obama rule. So what we did was we put a more narrow definition of navigable waters rule that we thought would thread the needle. And then we went and we codified all of these exclusions and exemptions. We will respect the Supreme Court's ruling, obviously. What we didn't want to do was face litigation for not acting for 2 years and then start from scratch once we got the Sackett ruling.
Okay. Farmers and ranchers in my state of Tennessee and many other states continue to be extremely concerned that the new WOTUS rule greatly expands the federal government's jurisdictional reach far beyond the limits of, that Congress intended under the Clean Water Act. I've also heard that the exemptions, particularly the prior converted cropland exclusion, are incredibly confusing and difficult to apply. The agency have said that the changes they made are to keep the understanding of PCC consistent with how it is used under the Swamp Buster program. EPA has adopted USDA's change in use policy, and unfortunately it has come to my attention that when stakeholders asked EPA and the Corps to clarify its meaning, they were provided conflicting answers. EPA stated that a farmer could change the use of their land and keep their PCC status as long as wetland characteristics had not returned. However, the Army Corps asserted that a farmer will lose their PCC status if they change the use of the land out of the agricultural production, regardless of returning wetland characteristics. It is incredible that two government agencies are reading identical language and coming with two different conclusions. So with that in mind, can you tell me how you think the PCC change in use policy is workable for the farmers?
Well, I might be biased, but I'd say I'm right. And I think Secretary Vilsack agrees with me. So I'll take this back to the Army Corps, to the highest levels, and we'll see if we can reconcile why we're getting different definitions on the ground.
A lot of people would appreciate if you could clarify that, so I thank you for
Absolutely.
that. And additionally, how is a farmer supposed to use the exemption when they have, well, you kind of already answered that question on the conflicting interpretation. So I'll look forward to a response on that if you can get back to me, and I'll yield back my time.
Okay.
Chair, now recognize Ms. Salinas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you to Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Scott for holding today's hearing, and thank you, Administrator Regan, for coming before our committee. In your testimony, you detailed a pilot program called Closing America's Wastewater Access Gap, aimed at providing technical assistance resources to help historically underserved communities identify and pursue federal funding opportunities to address their wastewater needs. And I can tell you, I have a number of them in my district and in various communities around the district. So I'm very interested in this kind of technical assistance that agencies can provide to rural communities. My district in Oregon encompasses many small specialty crop farms in rural communities, and many of the ag stakeholders I've met with don't have the extensive resources required to learn about and access USDA and EPA opportunities. A hazelnut farm, for example, doesn't have a team of lawyers or grant writers to wade through the various complexities of some of these programs. So can you outline how technical assistance programs like the one you highlighted have benefited rural and underserved stakeholders, and what the potential could look like for additional technical assistance, and how should this committee help give you the tools to really bolster some of this technical assistance, especially when it comes to the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act, and get these dollars to where they're needed most?
Well, thank you for that question. And both Secretary Vilsack and I recognized that there were different kinds of technical assistance needed on the ground. We wanted to maximize the dollars we received from Bill, so we created a joint program that is providing technical assistance from both EPA and USDA. We've chosen 11 pilot areas, and so right now in real time, we have 11 pilot communities from Mississippi to New Mexico, North Carolina to Alabama, Kentucky to West Virginia, and Arizona to provide a roadmap for how we scale up unified technical assistance. We believe that it's a lot more than just building capacity and giving folks access to grant writing, but it's some of that expertise that needs to be applied to that technical assistance along with these dollars. And so this is an area that we'd love for you all to just pay close attention to, because we have these pilots going. I think we launched them 3 or 4 months ago, and we're going to start seeing some results. And we want to codify those results and export that all over the country.
Thank you. Additionally, now shifting a little bit, as stewards of the land, farmers have an immense role to play in addressing the climate crisis. Measures taken by farmers to sequester greenhouse gas emissions will benefit the environment and their pocketbooks if we structure federal incentives and programs successfully. One important step is measuring and understanding all the benefits of various on-farm practices like the use of cover crops. How is EPA engaged with the USDA and other federal agencies to actually collect data on emissions from ag and soil and plant and carbon sequestration? And is EPA providing assistance to USDA on how to measure, report, and verify ag-related emissions reductions?
We are. I think we have a really strong relationship there. I would say for the past 30 or so years, we've overseen the task of preparing the official U.S. Greenhouse gas emissions and sinks inventory. And that is a commitment under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. So this includes chapters on agriculture and land use. This is an area where our staff, in concert with the USDA, are looking at the metrics, the data, and the like, and pulling that into this overall framework. Listen, we believe that our farmers and our conservationists need to be rewarded for actions that they're already taking. And the best way for us to do that is to begin to codify that and understand what's happening, and then exclude them from some of the regulatory actions that we are thinking about because they're already ahead of the game.
Great, thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes Mr. LaMoffa for 5 minutes.
Exclude them from regulatory answers and actions you're thinking about as good behavior. Huh? Well, welcome, Secretary Regan, Administrator Regan. I have been very perplexed by some of the actions EPA has taken, especially in my area, Northern California, in concert with the Army Corps of Engineers on land use and reinterpretation of Clean Water Act, and long-standing, and the intention of Congress when Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, Endangered Species Act were initially passed. But I'm going to shift gears from that to the forestry here. I want to talk about that in committee today. We're very concerned that the usage of fire retardant. This is the material that aircraft have been using for years, and upgrading in different formulas, but currently a formula that works very well and has been seen as safe for the environment. That your department is working towards requiring a 2 to 3 year permit to develop a permit for continued use of this fire retardant. Again, this is the pinkish reddish stuff that the aircraft apply towards forest fires to prevent the spread of them in California during fire. I just cannot imagine how taking this tool away upon the millions of acres we're burning every year, especially in the West, is going to be a good idea while we wait for a brand new process to relitigate whether this is a good material. It would require states to now have to step forward with their own permits and take even more time to add to the process. If we don't have this tool, what tool are we going to use in its place? Just straight water, or put more people's lives on the ground endangered in trying to do handwork around these fires? So, Mr. Administrator, what plan does EPA have to ensure the continued use of this fire retardant, at least in the interim while it's being hashed whether a permit is going to be needed in the future every time there's a fire?
I appreciate the question. I'd like to make it clear that a lawsuit was filed against the Forest Service for the discontinued use of that tool. So it's not something that EPA decided to do upon its own volition. Upon understanding that the Forest Service was being litigated, Secretary Vilsack and I put our heads together, and we have an agreement in place that will allow for the continuation of this fire retardant until we can put in place a Clean Water Act permit that would basically bolster the Forest Service from litigation. So we've got a plan in place that we believe we can do that is guided by the law and will not interrupt protecting the communities and our forests and our wildlife from wildfires.
So you guarantee, along with Secretary Vilsack, that there will not be an interruption, a hiccup in the availability of the use of this material during the interim time between now, as fire season approaches, and when this permit process is put in place?
We've already got the agreement in place.
Okay, very good. I appreciate that, because what we're talking about is there's already a prescription that this material would not be applied within a 300-foot or larger buffer around certain deemed critical areas, streams, ponds, like that. And the track record for not getting it into these areas, let alone into standing water, has been very tremendous. These aircraft are guided by pilot planes and such, so the track record is good, and this stuff is basically fertilizer as is, so we cannot afford to lose this tool. When we're talking also about forest management, prescribed fire it has been in the past, historically, a good tool. It needs to be used correctly, it needs to be used in the right conditions, right weather, et cetera. But what we're looking at is that a possible rule change by the agency is going to further enforce particulate matter 2.5 microns and hinder the Forest Service, state agencies, tribes, private landowners' ability to use this tool that prescribed fire would be. So what is the intention of the agency to enforce PM 2.5 and make it maybe impossible to use fire?
Well, we are looking at PM 2.5 standard to be sure that we are protecting public health all over the country. I think that when you think about how PM 2.5 and prescribed burning and wildfires interact, we have something in this program called an exceptional events clause. And as we take comment on this new rule, not only do prescribed burning qualify in this exceptional events clause, but we're actually taking comment on how we can improve.
So my time is really short. So the all prescribed fire could be used as this exception, because it's extraordinary when I had a 1 million acre fire in my district, the Dixie Fire, that the plume went all the way across the country and reached the East Coast, and large cities were told do not go outside due to health reasons.
The gentleman's time's expired. Secretary, would you like to make a quick comment on that?
I will say that we understand the transport of pollution, but prescribed fires are necessary and predictable, and so there are exceptional events that that would qualify for, that would account for the amount of pollution we're taking a look at, and how to take preventive measures to keep people safe.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Before I recognize Mr. Davis, I'm going to give you the order. Unless somebody comes back, it'll be Davis, Pingree, and Bishop on the Democratic side, and on the Republican side, it would be Rouser, Bacon, and Johnson, just so people are prepared for that. Mr. Davis, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, and to the chair and to our ranking member, we appreciate you having us here. Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Administrator Regan, for coming to the House Agriculture Committee today. And I believe the last time we did it, it may have been on Jones Street.
That's right.
But it's definitely good to see you. I'm glad to have a fellow North Carolinian join us today, and one who definitely knows Eastern North Carolina and my home district so well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Last month, the Environmental Protection Agency published new proposed rules that will severely limit the levels of PFAS permissible in drinking water. And PFAS in drinking water is a major issue, as I know you understand, across North Carolina. In late 2022, the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality tested various county municipal water systems and found that 5 counties in the first district had PFAS levels above the minimum reporting level indicated in the 2022 EPA interim health advisory. Mr. Administrator, I must imagine you're working with NCDEQ. Just so happened I've been on flights with the Secretary back and forth coming here to D.C. But my question is, what is the EPA doing to support NCDEQ and local Eastern North Carolina communities to try to monitor PFAS levels in drinking water to ensure that PFAS levels do not continue to increase to an astronomical level that puts the health of constituents at risk?
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that question. And you and I both know we've dealt with this with Comores and the contamination of our precious Cape Fear River. I had specifically in mind small rural communities like the ones we grew up in when we designed this regulation. And so it's out in the proposal phase now, but the good news is we're setting these standards at a level that are protective of public health. But in addition to that regulation, I also had in the back of my mind that President Biden's partnership with Congress gave us $10 billion in resources to focus on PFAS and emerging contaminants. So we plan to distribute those resources out so that water utilities are prepared to tackle this problem. More importantly, I think $3 to $5 billion of that is specifically targeted for small rural utilities. And so what we want to do is we want to be sure that we have health standards that are protective, but we also want to have state and federal resources that we're going to cobble together to help these systems get through this tough time.
Good, thank you. And just a quick follow-up along the lines of the PFAS, and if you could just elaborate a little bit more here, and that is, as the EPA currently understands, does high PFAS levels in water systems that farmers are using pose risk to consumers of those commodities?
Yes, we believe that levels of PFAS that exceed certain limits that are scientifically supportable can cause longer-term damage. And so it is an issue that is long overdue in terms of this country addressing it. And it's, unfortunately not just North Carolina. It's West Virginia, it's Ohio, it's New Mexico, Nevada. And so this is a serious issue for our country. But I'll say that this administration is the first administration to ever set a drinking water standard for PFAS. And we're not just doing it for 2, we're looking at 6, and we have more to go. So we want to be cognizant that as we set these limits, we are protecting public health, but we're also taking a very strong look at the implications to agriculture and to our water systems. And so we want to be very thoughtful as we pursue this path.
Super. And obviously you've made investments here. EPA's making those investments. And what we also understand too is prioritizing new federal research to help farmers, ranchers, rural communities manage PFAS. My question is, coming from Eastern North Carolina, having attended the HBCU yourself, NC, ANT, is the EPA and USDA planning to prioritize HBCUs in this process? And I would say, as you answer this question, I knew you grew up in Goldsboro, worked on the farm there, so I appreciate you. And we worked right down the street, essentially from each other. But
That's right.
Thanks for all you're doing. But I would love to hear your contributions or interest in HBCUs.
Well, I think I heard someone earlier say an appreciation for land-grant institutions. North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University is where I graduated from. And yes, we're going to be sure that universities that have not had a seat at the table can join the table. We have world-class research organizations that are embedded in communities, rural, low-income, African-American communities that need to participate in the science and research. So we're going to be sure that they are a part of the plan.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I would say either Eastern North Carolina pride or Aggie pride, but I yield back.
Well, and I would just tell you that Fort Valley State University will be expecting the seat at the table. Mr. Rouser is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Regan, Administrator, great to see you. Always good to have you here, and especially appreciate you being here today. And glad my colleague on the other side of the aisle addressed the PFAS issue. I do appreciate all the work that EPA has done on that front. I want to talk a little bit about the broader issue here, and it's not just for EPA, but all federal government agencies, quite honestly. And that is, we tend to get buried in our silos, but in the meantime, we got to understand that we're competing, in a very global environment. In China, for example, if they want to build a canal, they just go and build a canal. They don't worry about endangered species. They don't worry about any other product that may be polluting the environment. They just go do it. Obviously, they're not only a competitor. China is our main adversary, probably for years to come. And so I think it's important for all of our agencies, whether it's issuing new rules or regulations or whatever it may be, to take into account the effect of those as it relates to our standing and our ability to meet the challenges ahead. Which brings me to some of the actions of EPA. So in November of 2022, the EPA released proposed interim decisions for 11 rodenticides, including classifying most of them as restricted use. In June 2020, the EPA announced proposed revisions to the 2020 proposed interim decision for atrazine that included a pick list of mitigation measures that producers would be required to implement when using it. January 11, 2022, the EPA announced a new policy for evaluating and registering new active ingredients in conventional pesticides. January 2022, the EPA announced the re-registration of Enlist 1 and Enlist Duo that included use restrictions impacting more than 200 counties. And the recent ESA work plan proposed numerous mitigation measures that growers would be required to implement when using pesticides, costing producers millions at a time. Now, instead of strengthening the toolkit of our farm families, we're creating barriers to production, cutting off necessary pest and disease prevention tools. So I think, it's one thing to look at these in a vacuum, but I think today's time requires that we think beyond our agencies and beyond our narrow scope of focus, and realize that we are in a very intense, sensitive, and competitive situation worldwide. And our rules and regulations need to take that into account. So that's my comment on that. Adding to that, fertilizer. China and Russia are the top two fertilizer production countries in the world. Now, millions of dollars have been awarded through USDA grants to expand domestic fertilizer production, but our country has been put at an economic disadvantage due to the overly burdensome regulatory environment that results in these expansions, rather than happening now, happening 7-10 years from now, if then. So, and this all includes the overly complicated regulatory programs governing the reuse of phosphogypsum. So, Mr. Administrator, what's the administration and your agency doing to provide some regulatory certainty that would encourage the investment of billions of dollars to increase the amount of domestic fertilizer supply in the U.S.?
Well, thank you for that question, and I'll say that on the first part of that, I do agree with you that we're not looking at these in silos, but looking at them holistically. So what we're doing there is, on the heels of litigation, as we propose using these pesticides or herbicides differently or removing them from the market, we are in strong consultation with USDA and all of our ag communities. We recognize that we are inhibiting efficiency if we don't move as quickly as we can. And I hate to say the courts have such a significant role here, but they do. I think when we look at phosphogypsum, this is something that, again, our staffs are working hand in hand, arm in arm in. And the one thing that really sort of differentiates the way the Secretary and I approach this is we both have agreed that USDA has a job and laws that oversees it. I have a job and laws that oversees me. And we try to work within reason with each other, but one of us, based on our program, is going to be the one that appears before the judge. And so we work hard together, and then we sort of defer to the other on how to navigate those legal hurdles that we both face.
Mr. Chairman, I see my time has expired.
Yes, sir. Chair now recognizes Mr. Vasquez for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Regan, thank you for attending today's critically important hearing. I am here today because I believe my constituents, like those of my colleagues, deserve to have clean air and safe drinking water. It's a basic human right. New Mexico's 6 national forests and lands, millions of acres managed by the BLM, over 25,000 farms and ranchers are hugely important engines that power our state's economy. However, I'm concerned about the presence of these harmful chemicals found in New Mexico's farms, in our watersheds, in our drinking water, and most recently in our military installations. Just last year, a dairy farmer in New Mexico made national news after it was discovered that his dairy herd had been contaminated by PFAS from a nearby military base and was forced to euthanize nearly 4,000 cattle. That is a life-altering catastrophe for a rural farmer in my district. A 2018 report by the Air Force concluded that PFAS at Holloman Air Force Base, also in my district, the groundwater there was found to have exceeded 18,000 times the lifetime recommended exposure levels set by the EPA. Again, that is 18,000 times the recommended level. The health of my constituents and agricultural sector alike are of paramount importance to my district, especially when PFAS has been linked to various chronic disorders and illnesses. Administrator Regan, how is the EPA working with the Department of Defense to ensure that drinking water is safe for constituents like mine and free from the forever chemicals such as PFAS?
Well, thank you for that question. And you know, this is interesting. I think the president said from day one he expected all of us to work together. And fortunately, whether it's USDA or DOD, I've got people who want to work with EPA. Secretary Austin and I have been focused on this from the very beginning. There's 2 tacks that we're taking. The first is setting the drinking water standard, which I will be honest with you, it required a lot of consultation between USDA, EPA, and DOD. And so we proposed that drinking water standard. Now what we have working through the interagency process are the cleanup levels of these PFAS contaminants. And so that's going through the interagency process. I think that we know that many of our lands have been contaminated. I want to be clear, we are not going after the farmers. We are not going after agriculture. We're not going after the water utilities. We're going after those who pollute the lands.
Thank you, Administrator. I appreciate that. And in communities like mine, such as the city of Las Cruces, that have dealt both with the EPA and the Department of Defense, oftentimes having communication between the 2 agencies to reach settlements with the respective municipalities, or in some cases, small towns, mutual domestic water associations, rural co-ops, has been difficult because we don't receive the same information from each agency. So I encourage EPA to work as close as possible with the Department of Defense in these rural areas when it comes to water contamination issues.
And I can tell you, Secretary Austin is committed to this. We've had a lot of conversations about this topic, the impacts to not only our soldiers doing active duty, but they usually retire in the communities where these bases reside. There is impact to morale and a lot of things to think about. So Secretary Austin is laser focused on this. I can assure you of that.
Thank you, Administrator. And as you know, water is the lifeblood in the Southwest, certainly in New Mexico. We have rising temperatures coupled with record drought and water shortages that have made water more valuable than ever. 87% of our water supply in our state comes from our groundwater, and several severe declines in groundwater have forced us highly to rely on a dwindling supply of surface water. Just recently, New Mexico State University was selected by the EPA as a grant recipient of funding for the Environmental Justice Technical Assistance Center. This $10 million funding, which we are very grateful for, is a critical step forward to providing assistance to underserved communities, especially those in remote areas, to help secure water resources for the future. Administrator, how specifically will these centers like this at New Mexico State University help constituents in rural communities and in tribal communities ensure access to safe drinking water?
Well, $177 million is going to 17 of these centers all across the country to help with our rural, our low-income, our black and brown communities have access to these resources. I think communities understand themselves much better than the federal government does. So what we've done is we've given these resources to well-established organizations that know how to connect with grassroots. And it will be distributing knowledge as well as resources to build capacity so that these communities are competitive for the $3 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act that are geared towards environmental justice and equity.
Thank you, Administrator. And one last question. How will you define success for these technical centers?
I'm sorry?
How will you define success for these technical centers?
I think success will be having multiple grassroots organizations have the resources, and we see the kinds of solutions that we need to see that really encourage job growth, the economy, clean environments, but also solutions that can be exported all over the country. Communities, they know their people better than we do, and there are solutions that are in these communities that we have to tap into.
Thank you, Administrator. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Bacon for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Thank you, Mr. Regan, for being here. We appreciate hearing your testimony. I want to be respectful but candid with you right up front on the WOTUS ruling. I've heard from our farmers and ranchers anger at this administration for reinstating this rule. When I ran in 2016 as a challenger, that was the number one concern I heard from farmers and ranchers was we need to get rid of the WOTUS rule and the way was being enacted. In 115th Congress, we were able to rescind that rule, much to the appreciation of our farmers and ranchers. Now in this administration, it's being reinstated. I heard from the president of the Farm Bureau saying that the rule is impossible to interpret, that farmers and ranchers don't know what it really means. And so I just wanted to be straight and candid with you. There is anger. I think any goodwill that this administration had built with farmers and ranchers, it's gone with this ruling. This is a kick to the gut, as some of them have told me. With that, I want to ask you about some of the top projects you're working on in Omaha. As you are most likely aware, in Omaha, we have one of the largest residential Superfund sites in the United States as a result of a former smelting facility that was there. We appreciate EPA's $30 million investment recently to address testing and remediation of the lead contamination in our district. There's another Superfund site in my district in Valley, Nebraska. It's been added to the national priority list due to concentrations of TCE found in the groundwater. It is my understanding that EPA has been conducting investigations on the site since 2019, so for 4 years. But I've not been aware of any actions actually being taken by EPA to date other than these investigations. Can you provide any update on the current status on these investigations? And additionally, is anything being done agency-wide at EPA to streamline this investigation process so we can get to remediation and get the work done? Thank you.
I appreciate that question, and I'll have to get back to you on the specifics of the investigation. I do know that EPA and the city of Omaha renewed the cooperative agreement for 7 additional years with $12.7 million in funding. We have a cooperative agreement with Douglas County Health Department, and in 2023, celebrated the renewal of an agreement for an additional 7 years, $29 million in funding. That's what I know about that relationship there. But the investigation, I'll have to get back to you on that one.
So for your team, it's in Valley, Nebraska. It's on the western part of our district. And it's been going on, the investigation's going on for 4 years. And obviously, we want to start taking action and doing cleanup. So with that, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Pingree.
Sorry about that. Shouldn't touch the technical equipment. Thank you very much, Mr. Administrator. It's wonderful to see you, and I very much appreciate you taking the time with this committee and the work that you're doing. I want to talk a little bit more about PFAS. I know it's already come up today, and I appreciate the work that EPA has done on the drinking water standard. That's really, really important thing to achieve. But you and I have had a chance to talk before about the issues related to PFAS contamination on farms, and in Maine, we've unfortunately learned way too much about this, particularly related to the spread of biosolids on farms, resulting in PFAS contamination that's in crops, in the humans living on the property, and animals eating those crops. I've had opportunities to talk with Secretary Vilsack about this and what resources are needed at the USDA to help address PFAS contamination, and he emphasized the need for further research. As you know, we were able to put $8 million into the FY23 Interior Appropriations Bill for EPA to work with USDA on the research impacts on PFAS in agriculture, including PFAS uptake on plants and animals, and it just seems like there's a lot we don't know. So can you update us a little bit about the status of the research, where you think it's headed, and what else can we do to help the EPA on this?
Well, thank you for that question, and thank you for your leadership in helping us to get that $8 million in 2023. So we are working with USDA to fund research to better understand PFAS uptake in the plants and animals. I would like to say, though, and I think Secretaries Vilsack and I both agree that America has the safest food supply in the world, and we're confident in that. But we do need to have more research, as we've all thought about. And so at EPA, our Office of Research and Development intends to award one or more competitive research grants and has recently started the planning process for the request for applications phase. So we intend to work really, really closely with the Interagency PFAS Research and Development Working Group, also called our PFAS Strategy Team, so that we can coordinate as a whole of government family, not just with myself and Secretary Vilsack, but the President has convened a number of cabinets to do so. This $8 million is going to go a long way, and it's going to laser focus our research and development staff to do exactly what you envisioned.
Great. That's wonderful to hear. And I do appreciate your mention earlier of the DOD, because as we know, and we've heard from some of my colleagues, that near DOD sites are also where some of this contamination, and I do want to agree with you. We have a very safe food supply in this country, and I hate it when, this kind of chemical contamination happens, yet we don't know enough about it to help determine for farmers, what's safe, and for consumers, we don't want them to be frightened about all sites. On a somewhat different tack, just talking a little bit about climate change in agriculture, and this committee has done a lot of work on soil health, climate-friendly agriculture, and certainly that's a big priority for the USDA, is making farmers our partners in sequestering more carbon and reducing the impact of carbon in the atmosphere, carbon and methane. How critical do you think it is that we use the Farm Bill with those voluntary incentives to make sure that farms, which are now characterized as something about 9% to 10% of emissions in this country, so we can help bring down that level to net zero and be partners with farmers? So where do you see the value in that, since climate change is a big part of your portfolio, of course?
It's critical. And that's why last year I announced that EPA had rechartered our longstanding farm, ranch, and rural communities FACA, which is providing independent advice to EPA on environmental issues important to not just the agency but agriculture. And so for the next 2 years, this FACA will consider how EPA's tools and programs can best advance U.S. agriculture's climate mitigation and adaptation goals in the non-regulatory sense. So we've got an independent FACA. For the most of them I have appointed, and they are laser focused on how to make EPA the best partners possible in looking at agriculture's role in mitigation and adaptation. I find it to be one of the most intriguing and most engaging FACAs that we have, and they're providing a lot of solutions to the agency.
That's great to hear, because as you've heard earlier, we want this to be a science-driven understanding. We need more facts. We need more metrics and measurements that make it easier for farmers, and farmers certainly need the technical assistance, which I know you can provide. So thanks again for the work that you're doing, and I'll yield back.
Thank you.
I'm going to give a brief roster update before we go to the next question. On the Democratic side, I've got Adams, Crockett, and Bishop. And then on the Republican side, I've got Boss, Johnson, Mann, and Mr. Boss, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Administrator, thank you for being here. Last week the EPA proposed its new federal vehicle emission standards, claiming that would accelerate the transition to a clear transportation future. But nowhere does it mention biofuels or even the importance of a consumer choice, only electric vehicles. You know, I represent a rural area. Matter of fact, the bottom 1/3 of the state of Illinois. I mean, most people around the nation that don't come from Illinois don't understand how rural, deep southern Illinois is. And it's 34 counties. There are 22 EV charging stations in 34 counties. 22. Less than one per county. By taking that narrow-minded approach, you're not only leaving biofuels behind, but you're leaving rural America behind as well. Now, considering EVAs make up only single digits of the market share of the vehicle, it sounds like this rule is government manipulation of the markets. The DOE has found that the U.S. corn ethanol has 44 to 52% lower GHG emissions than gasoline. With that being said, do you support the use of biofuels as a clean energy source? And is the agency working to determine the sale of year-round E15 across the country for the summer of 2023 instead of pushing for EV vehicles only?
Well, I appreciate the question, and you've given the opposite argument of what I hear from the other side. I think when I set the highest RVO levels the agency's ever set in 2022, the EV crowd had some questions about that, but we moved forward, and we plan to pursue that trajectory in 2023, 4, and 5 in terms of continuing to have those RVOs go up. We also are excited about responding to those 8 governors and looking at year-round E15 for 2024. We took that request very seriously. We tried to ramp it up in a timely fashion to have 2023 included, but we're probably just not going to be able to do that. So what we'll be looking at is the same thing we looked at last year, which is a case-by-case analysis of whether or not E15 will be needed in 2023, and in that case, we'd have to use our emergency waiver. And then we're also really excited, and I'm proud to be part of a task force that's looking at the role of biofuels and aviation fuels, and we're engaging with the Department of Treasury and USDA and the like. So I think that this administration has made a very strong investment in biofuels, especially advanced biofuels, and it's reflective in these RVOs, E15, and aviation fuel.
I know that's what you said, but the report says nothing about it, and that's a problem. That's a problem because you're not providing an all-in strategy that I believe is necessary for our rural communities. And the problem is that we end up, from what I see of this administration, this is directed at the whole administration, they're more worried about selling a message, whether it's true or whether it's not, or whether we're ready to advance or not, and they're willing to sacrifice the farmer and our economy to do so. My colleagues and I, though, also, on my second question, sent a letter last week expressing our concern over the EPA's proposal of the renewable volume obligation for advanced biofuels and, in particular, biomass diesel fuel. Now, the proposed RVO undercuts the biodiesel-based diesel growth to just about 190 million gallons over 3 years. And when, in 2022 alone, the RVO increased biomass diesel fuel was 330 million gallons. What data did the EPA use to reach the 190 million gallons over 3 years? And will the final rule increase blending targets to biomass-based diesels to reflect that industrial growth that's going to occur?
Well, I appreciate that question, and I have met with the biomass diesel folks to kind of talk through that. We were using the number that USDA uses, and I've sort of recognized that they are also looking at some infrastructure that they believe will be in place over the next 5 to 10 years that will be able to facilitate a larger volume. So what I can say there, because we're in a proposal phase, is that we've engaged, we've taken the comments, and we're taking a look at how we come out with our final in terms of that number.
And I'm running short of time, but I need to understand, do you ever take into consideration what it may do to the markets in the future?
I'm sorry?
What will it do to the markets? Because we deal off of markets, so we do our production based on, I'm cutting it short, but I'll get that to you and see if we can get an answer for it.
We'd love to follow up with you on that.
That'd be great. If you follow up with Mr. Voss on that, clarifying the question and following up in writing, that'd be greatly appreciated. Now, pleased to recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina. Oh, she's already gone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, there you
I'm
go. I
back.
thought so.
Thank you very
Congresswoman
much.
Adams.
Yeah, I've had double meetings today. And thank you, Administrator Reagan, for being here. Thank you for your testimony. It's nice to see a fellow North Carolinian and an Aggie in the committee room. Thank you for the incredible work, and I know that's just what Aggies do, so Aggie pride.
Aggie pride.
There have been several lawsuits brought against EPA recently for its failure to strengthen its Clean Water Act program for concentrated animal feeding operations, which are now forcing the agency to scrutinize its regulation of nutrition runoff. I've heard concerns that a significant number of CAFOs evade federal permitting requirements, and the small minority that do have federal permits have weak or ineffective water quality controls. For example, by EPA's own count, of the 1,222 large CAFOs in North Carolina, only 14 have Clean Water Act permits. So do you agree that EPA needs to change the way it regulates this form of nutrient runoff? And are you open to meeting to discuss these reforms with me?
Well, thank you for the question. And in light of some recent lawsuits and the statements you've made, in January, as part of our Effluent Guidelines Program plan, EPA announced that it's going to undertake a very detailed study of concentrated animal feeding operations to determine if a rulemaking for CAFO is warranted. So we are moving forward with that, and we intend to gather information addressing issues such as economic feasibility of new technologies and practices for reducing discharges from CAFOs, among other issues.
Great. In January, EPA announced that it would be engaging in a detailed study of nutrient runoff from CAFOs to determine whether the agency should strengthen point source standards. As the agency has acknowledged, these operations are disproportionately concentrated in low-income communities and communities of color. So what is EPA's plan for engaging with environmental justice committees and ensuring that its study fully addresses the pollution burdens that they face?
We have a very strong engagement strategy under President Biden's leadership. EPA now has an Office of Environmental Justice and an External Civil Rights, 200 employees that have been reorganized to focus on environmental justice and equity issues full-time. And so they're working very closely, not only with our water office to look at these effluent guideline issues, but also our air office to begin looking at some of the air quality issues that our communities have been struggling with.
Thank you. In fall of 2022, EPA announced that it was considering rescinding a Trump era rule, ERA rule, that exempted CAFOs from reporting hazardous air emissions from animal waste under the Emergency Planning and Community Right to Know Act. What is the status of this recession process? And will EPA be moving to reinstate earlier reporting requirements, and if so, on what timeline?
Well, and that rule in 2019 changed how reporting had been done in every preceding year prior. That rule was challenged litigation. And so what we're doing now is we're considering how to address the reporting of air emissions from CAFOs under EPCRA. We have a proposed rule that is currently under development at OMB for review, and so that would be the tool that we would use to address it. But also, in addition to that proposed rule, we have a companion proposal to solicit information specifically from small farms so that we make sure those smaller farms are treated fairly in this process. We want to make sure that all of our stakeholders are being taken serious and into consideration, and so we've got a process with OMB, with this other solicitation, and our community engagement strategies to be sure that everybody is getting equal protection under the law.
Great. Well, thank you again, and thank you for your incredible work, and I appreciate the opportunity to see you again today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady. Now recognize the gentleman from South Dakota, Congressman Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Administrator, thanks for being here. Just by way of preface, I will ask that a letter from a number of my colleagues to you about the tailpipe emission standards, be entered into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
No doubt, you know, sir, that proposal has been met with a fair amount of concern. So I would just ask that you work with biofuels advocates and others in the liquid fuels space to make sure that we, to the greatest extent possible, we can move forward together, because I think the proposal misses the mark. But what I want to spend most of my time on, sir, is just a colloquy with you on E15 in summer months. Give me a sense, sir, of where you think we're at.
We are excited to be responding to the petition of the 8 governors. We've started our rulemaking process there. So we're moving along that path. You know, I know the original ask was for both years 2023 and 2024. It looks like the rulemaking will only be able to be applied to 2024 because there would be a significant disruption in pricing, consumer pricing and the like, if we move too quickly in 2023. So we feel very confident that E15 being sold year-round will be eligible and ready to go in 2024. 2023 is a little too soon for that rulemaking.
So, and I've heard varying interpretations of this, but for those 8 states, making E15 available doesn't do anything to keep E10 from being available. Is that right? I mean, people would have the option to have either fuel sold?
I'd have to circle with that. I think our focus for that rulemaking is for E15.
Yeah, it's my understanding and my hope that giving them the same Reed vapor pressure waiver that E10 has would mean that both products would be available. If that's not the case, please follow up.
And we're talking about the 1 PSI, correct?
Yeah, right.
Yes.
And so there have been some people who've been concerned that at some point giving E15 this additional flexibility at some point takes it away from E10. That's not my understanding, but I just want to make sure I'm reading these documents right.
We'll get back with you on that.
So from a broader perspective, I mean, talk to me about what's the administration's vision for E15, maybe not just in those 8 states, but where do we need to be going from a broader perspective?
Well, I think we're taking a look at that. You know, the way the agency's process work is we get these petitions from governors, and we are legally required to respond to those petitions. I think we've responded to the 8 that we received, and as you can see, we're taking action. What we do is we have to do a modeling analysis of what we believe the air quality impacts would be based on the number of states.
Mr. Administrator, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear enough in my question. So let's set aside your regulatory process. Last Congress, on a bipartisan vote, this House voted to allow year-round E15 across the country. Does your agency or the administration have a view on whether or not that would be good policy?
I think it would depend. I can't speak to whether or not we have provided the technical assistance to that law or that proposed law that would take into account any air quality impacts. Listen, we'd have to do the appropriate modeling, which we are doing and have done for these 8 states. We'd have to do that for the country, and we'd have to look at and determine if there are any adverse impacts from year-round sale of E15 nationwide. I can't say we've done that technical analysis yet.
Yeah, and I would just, and obviously, back when we cared, and we still care about smog, of course, right? But I think carbon has grown in, more people care about carbon than perhaps about smog. And there's been a tremendous amount of progress made with regard to smog in urban America. It was really that issue related to Reed vapor pressure and when do these products evaporate into the atmosphere and what impact does that have on smog that caused this question about to what extent should biofuels be made broadly available. The reality is, though, as you know, sir, E15 has a lower Reed vapor pressure rating than E10 does, so making E15 more broadly available doesn't do anything to hurt smog. Quite to the contrary, it would help both from a carbon perspective and a smog perspective, and so I would just ask that the administration lean in to this incredible opportunity for our country related to biofuels a bit more than it seems like you are today. One of the things about pesticide labeling, with the little time I have left, sir, shortly after being confirmed, you said, and I'm talking about pesticide labeling, scientific integrity is one of EPA's foundational values, and as administrator, I am committed to ensuring that every decision we make meets rigorous scientific standards. Do you stand by that statement in any context you can provide for us vis-a-vis pesticide labeling?
I do. I stand by that statement. I stand by that statement. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. That's good. The gentleman's time expired. Now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Crockett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you, Mr. Reagan, for your time. I want to first thank you for the work that the EPA does to protect our environment and, by extension, not just the American people, but people around the world. As a member of this committee, I'm proud to be able to support some of your agency's work through the Farm Bill. There are so many essential programs we support in the Farm Bill that are relied upon not just by American producers, but all families, both in the U.S. and around the world. Our farmers and ranchers make growing decisions well in advance and can't just change what they're growing mid-season. That is why it is essential that we not only reauthorize the Farm Bill, but do so in a way that is regular and predictable. Otherwise, working families across this country who are finally starting to see prices come down at the grocery store will be subject to increased costs as growers go into planting season without certainty about what the Farm Bill will be. Sadly enough, actions by members of this body, not on the committee, severely jeopardize the regular bipartisan reauthorization of the Farm Bill. Let me be clear, the Speaker holding the debt ceiling hostage to cut SNAP benefits and enrollment will lead to more inflation and greater hunger. That is a fact. So I sincerely hope that the members of this committee are able to work with the chairman and ranking member in passing a clean bipartisan Farm Bill. Because in addition to the overall issues we would face, there are very important environmental programs that we cannot let expire. One of the areas that I want to highlight and ask about today is on the sustainable aviation fuels. And just to give you a little bit of background, I'm from Texas, but Dallas, Texas specifically. We have a few airplanes there. We've got American Airlines, we've got Southwest Airlines, which I know is everyone's favorite right now. And I've got a number of airports, so we do lots of flying. And so I've had lots of conversations as we're dealing with FAA reauthorization as well as the Farm Bill. At a time when our producers are saying at every one of our listening sessions how much they need additional revenue, not only do SAFs provide significant environmental benefits, but support a domestic energy supply source by our farmers. So, Mr. Reagan, could you explain to the committee the demand for SAF, its importance for sustainability, and what that demand means for our U.S. farmers?
Well, thank you for the question, and no doubt I believe it's good from an environmental standpoint, but as you pointed out, there's an economic play here as well, and also when we think about our energy security benefits, it's great in that regard. Sustainable fuel is one of the most important steps that I believe the aviation industry can take to cut down emissions, but also to support our farmers. EPA, the Department of Energy, Transportation, and Agriculture have created a Sustainable Aviation Fuel Grand Challenge Roadmap. And this is our effort to demonstrate our support for our farmers, but also for sustainable aviation fuel and its role and the role it should play in fuel and transportation of the future.
Thank you for that. I hope this conversation shows how important it is that we reauthorize the Farm Bill. Great progress is being made, but without essential support, we provide the entire supply chain. And when I say the entire supply chain, I am talking, let me go back to SNAP benefits. If we take that money out of the entire kind of picture, then we know that that's less money that's going into farmers' pockets because that's less money that's overall out there. Since I have just a little bit more time, I want to switch and talk about something else. I was glad to see that the Biden administration filed a brief in the Monsanto versus Edwin Hartman supporting the right of states to regulate pesticides under FIFRA. Could you talk about the importance of the existing regulatory regime?
Well, I think, speaking as a former state regulator, I believe it's important that the federal government, especially EPA, plays its role to set standards to keep all people in this country safe. I think that there are certain, benefits that states have to go above and beyond or to shape delegated authorities in a way that they believe are more protective of their communities. And so we have a very respectful relationship. I have a very respectful relationship with all of the state environmental secretaries all across the country. And that ability to have some autonomy, I believe, is what makes our whole system great.
Thank you so much for that. And just to be clear, as a former practicing lawyer or recovering lawyer, I do think it's important that we have the ability that when our communities are being disproportionately affected, that we have the ability to say that we are going to sue on behalf of our constituents. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, I will yield back what I don't.
There you go. Generally, time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Congressman Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Regan, thank you for being here today. I represent the big First District of Kansas, which is more than 60,000 farms, ranches, feedlots, ethanol plants, and agribusinesses. And farm country has made it loud and clear that they cannot survive when the government burdens them with nonsensical regulations and red tape. Administrator Regan, I'm especially concerned with your proposed revisions to the proposed interim decision for atrazine, a herbicide primarily used on corn and sorghum for weed control, and a key tool for farming on more than 72% of the corn acres in my district, which is the western two-thirds of Kansas. As you know, EPA announced proposed revisions that included a pick list of mitigation measures that producers would be required to implement when using atrazine. While the EPA did provide USDA with an opportunity to comment on those mitigation measures prior to announcing the revisions, none of USDA's feedback was incorporated into the proposed mitigations. Why not?
Well, I won't agree to the premise that none were. What I can say is that this was remanded back to us by a court because of actions that the last administration took. And so there is some guidance from the court that we're having to follow from a legal standpoint. I think we've proposed a lot of flexible mitigation measures for atrazine that farmers can actually choose from. We've asked for comments. Remember, this is a proposal. We've asked for comments. And at the request of the agriculture community, we've also convened a science advisory panel this year to make sure that we're getting this right. So I think the conversation is still happening, not just with USDA, but with the farmers. But I think Secretary Vilsack and I would agree that we have respectfully taken and received each other's advice. But I think you heard him say when he testified before you, he has certain decisions he has to make as a Secretary of USDA, and I have to as EPA Administrator.
Understood. Well, I would just urge you to work with USDA to incorporate scientific agriculture producer-focused feedback. If these regulations go through, you're going to see a dramatic decline in the productivity of acres across rural America, food inflation like we have not seen before, and that's saying a lot given the last couple of years. So I hope you realize the seriousness of which these regulations will impact our producers. We should be thanking our producers for feeding us, not punishing them and making their job even more difficult with practices that have been implemented for decades. Next up, urge you and appreciate your help in making sure that we don't see that occur. And also, and this has been mentioned a little bit before, EPA's recent announcement on the delay of summer sales of E15 in several states, and you discussed why it's waiting for 2024 instead of implementing in 2023. While I appreciate the permanent allowance for this beginning in 2024, 8 Midwestern states that requested it. Kansas obviously is missing from that list. So a couple of questions, I guess. One, do you support year-round E15, and would you like to see it made permanent by this Congress?
You know, what I'd say is if this Congress is drafting any legislation to move in that direction, we want to be able to provide technical assistance so that we can do so. When we look at these petitions that we receive, obviously we do modeling and analysis to determine what that impact would be. And for those 8 states, that's what we've done. My assumption is we'd have to do the same for the entire country if that were a direction that the Congress would like to move in. So I'd like to reserve judgment as to whether or not I would like to see it until I understand if there are potential adverse impacts to public health.
And I would just say we've had Republican and Democrat administrations that have approved summertime sale of E15. I'd like to think we've gotten past that and would appreciate your support as you're looking at it. In regards to that, does EPA's announcement allowing for permanent E15 sales in the 8 Midwestern states, or will EPA's final rule around summer sales include a provision allowing EPA to approve a governor's request for summer sales in the future? In other words, if you're from a state that's not part of those original 8, will there be a process and a mechanism for other governors and other states to join in? Because best case scenario, 8 would turn into 50, and we would all just move on.
I do know that there's a process that's available to all, and 8 have chosen to do so, and we've looked at those 8 and that impact. It's my assumption, but I can check with you, that if others wanted to opt into a similar opportunity, that they would go through a similar rulemaking that we're going through now with those 8.
And I appreciate you would consider that in the rulemaking process, because I think there's a good chance there's going to be a lot of other states, Kansas included, that want to be included. Last question, I know we're running out of time. Would you explain why EPA moved forward with the WOTUS rule before the Supreme Court ruled on Sackett versus EPA?
Multiple courts had vacated the previous rule, and so there was no rule in place in theory. We were looking back at pre-2015. And so what we decided to do was move forward and try to engage our agriculture community, look at some exemptions and some exclusions, codify those, give a more narrow definition than in the Obama rule, and then be prepared to adjust to whatever the Sackett ruling is going to be.
Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. Now please recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Congressman Bishop, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member. Administrator Regan, thank you very much for being here. I appreciated your comments at the 2024 EPA budget request hearing held by the House Appropriations Committee last month, that while EPA is taking pesticides and herbicides off the market, that you need to be replacing them. So thank you for thinking of how that impacts our farmers who produce the food, the flowers, the fiber, and the fuel that we use every day. I serve Middle and Southwest Georgia, and farmers in my district need certainty in their crop protection tools. I know that you need permanent staff in place just to address the Endangered Species Act obligations, let alone to increase the number of product registration reviews that you can do to get through that process more efficiently, and to find replacements when the courts revoke the tolerances of the existing products. So I'm hopeful that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will consider the farmers and the pesticide review process when looking at the EPA's budget for FY24. Mr. Administrator, let me turn to FIFRA emergency exemptions. The FIFRA Section 18 allows for emergency exemptions or unregistered uses of pesticides to address emergency conditions. With long-term drought taking over the nation and natural disasters becoming more frequent and more severe, we know that climate change is real and it's affecting the number of pests that our farmers have to face. Researchers at the University of Georgia have already identified several weeds that have become resistant to herbicides and pesticides. And I imagine that as we get warmer and the spring feels like summer here in D.C. already, insects will grow to numbers that our available crop protection tools will not alleviate. Can you tell us what are the conditions for FIFRA's emergency exemptions? Are they just environmentally based conditions, or are they economic as well? Is the agency seeking an uptick of, seeing an uptick of requests for emergency exemptions? And can you elaborate on the agency's approach to this uptick? Also, what is EPA doing to combat resistance in pesticides? And can you talk about how you're managing use to ensure that these important products remain effective tools for our producers?
Well, thank you for that question, and I'll start with the latter point, which is we are working very hard with managing the litigious environment we're in around some of the major tools that we've discussed as to whether or not they can be used the way we are proposing and hoping to finalize. And so that's one way, is to create an avenue where we have addressed ESA and we can keep some of these products on the market. I think we are all recognizing that we have a number of products that we would like to see get through scientific review that we believe are stronger, but less environmentally impactful, more efficient, and we just need to get them on the market. And in order to do that, as you've said earlier, we are asking for some resources to get the right people in so that we can get most of these products on the market. The science is there, the technology is there. We have the ability to arm our farmers with as many tools as they need. It's about getting them through that process. And I believe that if we're effective in doing that job, which we hope we can do, then we have much less of a need and a reliance on doing things at the last minute or under emergency conditions. And so that's our laser focus there.
Thank you. I'm aware, and I've heard comments, that Secretary Vilsack has weighed in on several EPA matters, including waters of the United States. And I'm wondering if you can share with us how the EPA and USDA interact and collaborate on other issues as well, specifically how EPA approaches consultations with USDA's Office of Pest Management Policy and prioritizes their comments on EPA's pesticide-specific dockets. And does EPA or the Scientific Advisory Panel review USDA's chemical usage statistics during the pesticide registration review process? And if so, what are the outcomes of considering USDA's data?
The answer to the second part of that is yes. We take all of that advice very seriously, and it goes through a rigorous process. And I would argue from an insider's perspective that a lot of, if not the majority of USDA's advice is taken. It may not materialize in every single thing that happens, but we take that advice and we internalize that advice, especially as it relates to pesticides and stakeholder engagement on pesticides. I would say on WOTUS, I think we all came into this situation knowing that 2 administrations prior didn't get it right. Multiple Supreme Courts have weighed in on this. Multiple courts have weighed in on this. And there's some ambiguity in the way the Clean Water Act is written. We tried to learn from the prior 2 failures. We tried to learn from what the Supreme Court has laid out. And we tried to put something that was durable in place.
Thank you. My time has expired.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now, please recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Congressman Feenstra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson, and thank you, Ranking Member Scott, and thank you, Administrator Regan, for being here. I think you're the first administrator from the EPA that's been here since 2016, so I applaud you for doing this. I really do. And me and you have talked on the phone. We've talked via Zoom and things like that, and I'm grateful that you allow us to engage with you. I know my colleagues have asked this question. I just want a little more clarity. Obviously, Iowa, 42 ethanol plants, E15 is such a big deal. Emergency waiver for just this summer, and the reason I asked for an emergency waiver for this summer is that we can save families 90 cents a gallon on E15. Is this something we can still look at?
It is, and I want to be very careful because I think that prior administrations attempted to issue E15 waivers and they were overturned by the court. And that's because when you do it in an emergency setting, the law is very prescribed. You have to look at conditions on the ground at a certain time and meet certain thresholds. And so what the 8 governors have done, they petitioned us, which we're going through a formal rulemaking process. So yes, at any time that we're asked to consider E15, we do, but if it's done through the emergency waiver, there are certain constraints that we have.
Fully understand. It's getting hot outside. Summer's coming. I'm just asking, when do you think your ruling, when can we have the ruling, you think? I mean, do you see it in a week? Everybody's asking me, all my ethanol plants, everybody, any idea when you?
I can tell you we're looking at the conditions on the ground.
I get it.
If I give you an answer today, I can guarantee you there's somebody that's going to file in the court and it's going to be kicked out tomorrow.
I know. Well, it's so important, and it saves our consumers 90 cents a gallon when gas is so high. It's really a big deal, okay? So I'm urging you to sooner than later, because summer's right around the corner. I think it'd be so important for our nation to do it this summer. A quick question also. Your agency just came out with, obviously, the new tailpipe regulations last week. 54% of the new vehicles sold in the U.S. Need to be electric by 2030. This is my question. The EPA is using the Clean Air Act to justify these rules, all right, for regulating emissions. So in the agricultural community, this is what they're asking is, if you can regulate emissions on the Clean Air Act, can you regulate emissions from a cow?
No, we do not have the authority to regulate.
Because you're taking a pretty big step of regulating emissions from a tailpipe. Is that any different than a cow and the flatulences coming out of a cow?
What we proposed last week are technology standards, tried and true technology standards.
Okay, I understand that. I'm not trying to put you in a lurch here. I want you, could it also be from a tractor?
There are certain regulations that govern emissions from tractors, from small engines, from large engines, from mobile sources, from stationary sources. If it burns and creates an emission, it fits into our profile somewhere.
I fully understand. Thank you for that. I appreciate you answering that. One other question on rodenticides.
I have the same problem.
Yeah, I know. So obviously, we said the U.S. Expressed frustration by the restrictions, and it would be devastating to the U.S. agriculture community. This going down the path. How can we justify these rules for the agricultural community? Banning this. This is going to be a big deal.
It is, and this sort of fits into an earlier question about all of these pesticides and herbicides that we've been litigated on. I think we've met with USDA and other agencies to ensure that this proposal is practical and won't undermine food production or safety. So it's still in the proposal phase.
Gotcha.
We're looking very closely at these comments.
Yeah, well, I want to thank you for your comments. And again, always being open with me. I really appreciate that. I'll just say from Iowa, I mean, these are sort of big overarching issues that as the breadbasket to America, we're really concerned about. You add WOTUS on top of this and things like that. I mean, the fear is, does the administration, does the EPA understand that we are the breadbasket to the world, and can we do things to be productive instead of punitive? And that's a great fear. So my time is up. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to positive things that can help agriculture in the future. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
A gentleman yields back. We now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Congressman Soto, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thanks for your patience today, and you've shown yet again you're a class act. I've been through some of these big hearings with you in Energy and Commerce too, and appreciate your knowledge and dedication to the country. In Central Florida, we have huge theme parks, but we also have a major cattle, citrus, blueberries, and strawberry agriculture in the area, and it's our second largest industry. And EPA plays a critical role, which is why we're so pleased to have you here as we're working on another farm bill. With the IRA passed, we're hopeful the Inflation Reduction Act will reduce emissions by 40% by 2030. Climate change is a threat to America's agriculture, but it'd be great to get your opinion on how you see climate change affecting agriculture across the nation.
Just in a whole host of ways. In my home state of North Carolina, a lot of viable ag property now facing saltwater intrusion and looking at droughts in some parts of our country and floods in the other parts of our country. I think that our farmers are on the front lines. But I also know that our farmers are also on the front lines for solutions as well. And that's why I've reauthorize our farming and ranching and rural communities federal advisory, because it's there where I get a continual steady drumbeat of how we can put solutions in place to deal with some of these climate impacts from a mitigation standpoint as well as an adaptation standpoint.
Absolutely, and in Central Florida we face more extreme heat, which is affecting agriculture, as well as intensifying hurricanes, which have really hurt a lot of our local citrus in particular. I want to thank you for concurring with the state's waiver in the recent rectified pesticide that they're utilizing to help combat citrus greening. So we greatly appreciate that. Are you seeing a rise in the need of advanced pesticides because of climate change and other stresses that our farms are facing right now?
We are. We're seeing, essentially, this is part of my frustration is not having the budget and the workforce. We've got a lot of products that need to go through review that could be on the market that would put a lot more tools in the hands of our farmers. We just need to get it to them. We sometimes argue over pesticides and herbicides that have been out for a long period of time, and we have health data that show that they can be dangerous. But in addition to getting that right, there are a slew of new products and new technologies that we should be deploying because our farmers need every single tool they can get.
If you could describe 2 or 3 of what you think are your most important visions as EPA administrator to help farmers across the nation, what would they be?
I think we really need to, and the president set this tone, right? Biofuels and advanced biofuels will have a role in this low-carbon economy. We need to make sure that that message is understood and that our rural communities know that they have a seat at the table from an environmental and economic standpoint. So I think that's critically important. I think the way that our agriculture community adapts to this changing climate is critical. Food, fiber, fuel, right? I mean, we know that we need those, not just domestically, but to continue to be competitive internationally. And so I've heard a lot about being in the seat or the position of putting a lot of undue regulations on folks. That is not what I want to do. The job that I do is through the lens of my grandfather, who was a small farmer. So what I'm trying to do is work alongside of Secretary Vilsack and others to be sure that we're not taking away tools, but we're giving tools to our farmers and ranchers.
Well, Mr. Administrator, when we had Undersecretary Xochitl Torres Small in our district, she got to see John Deere's facilities of the district that are working on electric farm equipment, such as plows and the like. What do you see as are you seeing a rise in electrification in farming, and what does that portend for the future of addressing climate change?
Listen, it's the whole gambit. I was in a small town in Kansas not too long ago, sitting in $1 million piece of farm equipment that is precision farming at its finest, and then getting out of that piece of equipment and looking at how they're using drone technology. I mean, it's just amazing, and looking at all of the conservation tools to use and water our crops and the like. Listen, farmers are some of the most innovative and technologically savvy people in this country. And so we need to start talking about it in that way, and that's what this EPA is trying to do.
Well, when we see disruptions because of Ukraine's war with energy, it's critical we electrify farming as best we can. Thank you, Mr. Administrator.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Congresswoman Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Administrator Regan, you claim that the EPA and this administration are helping agriculture, but you have created artificial incentives for solar panels that are causing farmland owners around the country, including my home state of Illinois, to abandon farming on farmland and instead put up solar panels to collect the huge subsidies. So I would like to know, do solar panels contain materials that are considered hazardous by the EPA?
EPA doesn't incentivize solar panels, so we're a regulatory agency, and we do, through Bill and IRA, are incentivizing more resilient ways to facilitate energy. But, we regulate just about everything in this country, and so if there is something that provides any kind of hazard or harm, it's our job to ensure that no one is overly exposed, especially our rural and our farming communities.
Mm-hmm. This administration absolutely is incentivizing solar panels replacing farming on prime farm ground. So according to the EPA's own website, solar panels contain hazardous waste, including lead and cadmium, that are harmful to human health and the environment. Mr. Chairman, I would like to enter into the record a section of the EPA's website titled Are Solar Panels Hazardous Waste?
Without objection.
Thank you. Has the EPA conducted long-term research into the impact solar panels have on agricultural land or farm soil?
I'm not quite certain if we have or not.
Okay. Are you aware of extensive public reporting that landfills will not accept solar panels because they're classified as hazardous materials? And are you aware of a major report in Los Angeles Times from 2022 titled, "California Went Big on Rooftop Solar"? Now that's a problem for landfills.
There's a lot of reports out there. What I can say is that most of the solar manufacturers want their product back because they're recycling these panels. And most landfills are prepared to handle the disposal of solar panels. Listen, in North Carolina, I understand the concern of solar panels and being in competition with farmland. But the reality is that a lot of our farmers are not getting the compensation that they believe that they should, and they're having to find secondary and tertiary forms of income. And participating in the solar market is a personal choice, it's a private choice.
Well, it's being driven by the administration's dollars, from Biden's policies, but I would like to enter into the record another article. The California landfills are filling up with toxic solar panels.
Without objection.
Okay,
I
Mr.
think we've seen solar panels competing with agriculture and farmland well before President Biden. I'm from the state of North Carolina, from the eastern part of the state, and I've seen solar panels taking up agricultural land for over a decade or so.
It's really amping up in my area in rural Illinois, where we have the prime farm ground. Flat black dirt is being replaced by thousands of acres of solar panels that it's going to have a reclamation problem in the future. Mr. Administrator, I'm very concerned that you're promoting a situation where prime farmland will become unstable or need serious remediation because of these solar panels. We just had solar panels catch on fire on the roof of a school in Illinois. They're not as safe as you are portraying them. So I want to ask you also, as a general principle, do you think the EPA officials should have the right to walk onto a farmer's private property without the farmer's knowledge or permission?
I'm not aware that we are trespassing on private property at all. Obviously, that is not within the bounds of the law, and so I expect my staff to respect the law.
Okay, farmers are going to be very happy to know that, and we're going to hold you to your word. The farmers don't trust the federal government or bureaucrats from the EPA or from D.C. My constituents are very concerned about the spirit behind your increase in the EPA's power over farms. So, Administrator Regan, you mentioned that the challenges facing our food and agriculture are significant, but the only challenge you mentioned is climate change. What has been devastating to agriculture production has been higher natural gas prices, which make fertilizer more expensive, and higher oil prices, which makes diesel more expensive. The EPA has become too big, too bloated, and too powerful. And our constituents are ready to cut back your agency to end this abuse. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Kassar from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Administrator Regan, thank you for joining us today.
Good morning.
The climate crisis threatens the stability of our farms and our food system. Farmers across our country depend on stable climate conditions to plan for production and harvest, and a changing climate impacts where and how we can grow our food. In December of 2022, the Texas Department of Agriculture released a report that found that climate change is threatening Texas's food supply. Last year was one of the driest years on record for Texas, with roughly half the state still in drought conditions. The drought resulted in failed crops, low yields for farmers, diminished grazing. This forced ranchers to cull their cattle and is driving up the price of food in my state. One eggplant and okra farmer I met with in San Antonio last week told me he no longer has access to water because the lake his family has relied on for generations is drying up. Now his family farm that he's worked on for decades is under existential threat. How can a farmer grow anything without water? Fortunately, the Biden administration is taking historic steps to tackle this crisis by investing billions in drought mitigation, renewable energy, and climate-friendly agriculture practices. Administrator, your testimony mentions the work of the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Federal Advisory Committee as it relates to climate change. Is there anything you can share about the committee's advice on climate mitigation at this point for the committee?
Well, thank you for that question, and I can tell you it's a FACA committee that I truly value. And, you know, their focus, this FACA's focus for the next 2 years is exactly in the areas you're speaking of. Both mitigation, but more so adaptation. They've identified voluntary and incentive-based opportunities and public-private partnerships that EPA can support that will help our farmers and achieve some of our goals. So what they've done is they've brought to our attention some really innovative market-based incentives that we can begin to think about how that works in coordination with some of the more traditional paths that we take as an agency.
Thank you for that important work. You also have mentioned in your testimony EPA's work to support innovators and innovation. Can you talk about the EPA's efforts focused on regenerative agriculture and the work to improve soil, water, air, and the climate?
Absolutely. I was just visiting a farm in Kansas that really focuses on regenerative agriculture, but also focused on precision farming at a level I had not seen before. which is some insight into, as we design our regulations, typically if you're unaware of the level of technology and the practices that we're seeing on the ground, those regulations or even voluntary incentives that we're designing can't take that into account. So I don't believe you can do this job sitting behind a desk in Washington, D.C. I have been out all across this country, myself and Secretary Vilsack as well. We've hosted a lot of listening sessions, and we've done some hands-on experimentation with some of our farmers, and we're bringing that back to Washington, D.C. I think you're going to continue to see EPA adjust to what we're seeing on the ground for the foreseeable future.
I appreciate you doing that, and I appreciate you traveling, because wherever I've been across the state of Texas, this is something that we continue to hear about, and appreciate that there has to be tough and innovative short-term work for us to protect our farmers and our food system in the long term with what it is we're facing with the environment. So I appreciate you and EPA's work and focus on this. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Now I'll recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Congressman Rose, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson, and thanks to Ranking Member Scott. And thank you for Administrator Regan for being here with us today and sharing your time with us. I want to begin by following up on the line of questioning that Representative Mann was pursuing, and I just want to reiterate the harmful impact that the ruling concerning atrazine could have on productivity, the rulemaking, and the counterproductive impact that I fear that it might have with respect to proven effective conservation measures like reduced and no-till practices. I know you're getting a letter that I co-signed with that Representative Mann led, and just hope that you'll take a close look at that. I hope you will also look at all of the science, including the newer studies that provide a more complete picture of the state of science with respect to atrazine in particular. And then secondly, I want to follow up on some of the prior discussion about the WOTUS rule, and I heard your explanation about why you all went forward with the new rulemaking, but I want to just say I could not more strongly disagree that with a pending ruling from the Supreme Court that the issuance, I believe the untimely issuance of this rule is counterproductive and just provides a greater level of confusion in what was already a very confused state of affairs. And so I wish you all could have held off until the Supreme Court spoke on this issue. Frankly, I was most troubled by your and I may have taken it out of context, but you said earlier, we regulate just about everything in this country. And I think WOTUS exemplifies that, is an overreach by EPA, a misreading of the authorizing legislation from this Congress. And I think it underscores that, frankly, Congress has got to be more careful in the future in a way that could be counterproductive and limiting, in that we cannot continue to allow our regulators to have the breadth of discretion that we've given them in the past if they're going to misuse and use that discretion to expand the regulatory reach and burden that they put on American farmers and the American people. Administrator Regan, I want to shift gears. I've been troubled with a growing trend across the federal government where federal agencies are sued by groups whose goals closely align politically with the administration. Then the agency settles the lawsuit by entering into a friendly settlement agreement, which helps to achieve the political goals of the administration. What really troubles me about this trend is that it appears intended to circumvent the traditional rulemaking process. Will you commit today to not allowing your agency to enter into settlement agreements designed to circumvent the Administrative Procedures Act?
Well, I can tell you that we don't do that now. And I can assure you that my general counsel and all of our lawyers are fighting for the letter of the law, not for ideological purposes.
Well, we've certainly seen examples of that happening throughout the government regulatory complex, and I hope you will be mindful that, again, that's one of those oversteps that should not happen and ultimately puts Congress in the difficult position of having to limit what discretion we allow you to have going forward. I want to shift gears again. Administrator Regan, yes or no, are you the main climate regulator of the federal government?
I think the President has made it clear that this is a whole-of-government approach, and we're looking at more than just regulations to spur economic development, growth, while we combat the climate crisis. We do have a role. Obviously, the Clean Air Act gives us the authority and, quite frankly, the mandate to regulate using the latest and greatest technologies. And so, yes, I follow the law, whether it's the Clean Water Act or the Clean Air Act, and I have an obligation to put rules out that create a competitive environment for this country.
So personally, I have to tell you, I'm not sure whether EPA or at this point the Securities and Exchange Commission is the main climate regulator for the federal government due to the recently proposed rule entitled Enhanced Standardization of Climate-Related Disclosures for Investors that the SEC is putting forward. Administrator Regan, was EPA consulted on the question of how expensive it will be for farms to comply with the proposed rulemaking from the SEC?
We do our own cost-benefit analysis when we pursue these regulations. Obviously, we have our formula, but we consult with multiple agencies across the federal government. So I'm not quite certain what that level of consultation was, but I can tell you we did not do the rule in a vacuum.
I hope you will get back with me off the record about whether you were consulted and the degree to which you were. And thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now please recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and welcome, Administrator Regan. I really appreciate, as a career meteorologist, I appreciate your words of a government as a whole approach. It was also a pleasure to welcome you to Rockford, Illinois, a few weeks ago. It's a pleasure to see you again. In Rockford, we saw how the investments provided in the bipartisan infrastructure law are improving access to clean water and the overall health of the people of Illinois. The Farm Bill is another bipartisan opportunity to make historic investments that improve water quality by preventing runoff through conservation measures and protecting soil health, all while creating jobs and securing our nation's economic vitality, so that cities like Rockford and Northern Illinois can improve the lives of everyone, including our producers. I look forward to collaborating further with my colleagues to deliver more federal funding to these communities. So I'd love to talk a little bit more about water quality. Administrator Regan, you mentioned in your testimony that the EPA plans to use the full flexibility of the Clean Water Act, the regulatory framework to champion innovative financing to achieve water quality goals. What technologies and market-based models is the EPA considering?
Well, the good news for us is we have a lot of water utilities out there and a lot of water utility associations that are on the cutting edge of taking a look at how they use specific rate-based formulas that are best for their customers to access these advanced technologies, whether it be carbon filtration or other types of technologies that might be suitable for small, medium, and larger utilities. We want to provide that flexibility. Our goal is to ensure that all of these can perform at a level that meets those pollution standards that we set. And we do take into account our smaller rural communities that we know that don't have the tax base. And that's one of the great things about the bipartisan infrastructure law. Over $10 billion to look at emerging contaminants like PFAS, and then a set aside of $3 to $5 billion of that solely focused on our rural water systems. Secretary Vilsack and I have looked at our respective pools of money, and we've decided to combine them, especially in our rural communities, to be sure that we're getting maximum leverage, power, and potential to make our rural communities as competitive but as safe as possible. So, yeah, we're really proud of the partnership we have, not only with our other federal agencies, but state and local and county governments as well. And they play a role in how we really keep their communities safe.
And I appreciate that because that affects the farm communities where we are investing. For instance, in Lanark, Illinois, and we're working with folks in Alexis, Illinois, to bring about change in these areas. I'd like to switch over to talk a little bit about PFAS for a moment. Farmers and ranchers are rightly concerned about the impact of these forever chemicals, the contaminated biosolids that may have been used as fertilizer now contaminate their land. Am I correct in understanding of the law that biosolid applications are generally exempt from CERCLA, the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, are they exempt from that liability?
What we've done is we've made it very clear that our goal is to go after the polluters, not our farmers, not our ranchers, not our water utilities. And so we are using our enforcement discretion. We've designed our enforcement and discretion policy in a way that makes it very clear that we're not coming after the agriculture industry, but we're going after those who have polluted these lands in the first place.
Recently, the Environmental Working Group estimated that 20 million acres of fields could be using PFAS-laced biosolids as fertilizer. In several instances, PFAS have ended up in farm animals and milk as well as sources of drinking water. How is the EPA planning to address PFAS in biosolids?
Well, and this is a topic that I've discussed a lot with Congresswoman Pingree, and thanks to you all and her leadership, we've received $8 million to specifically do some research and development around the uptake of PFAS into our plants and the saturation from biosolids and the like. And so that's something that we're looking at very, very closely. But I want to reiterate, we believe that we have the safest food supply in the world, and we stand by that.
And our farmers are great conservationists and want to do what's best, not only for the current, but the next generation as well. Thank you for your hard work as well. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank
Gentleman yields back. Thank him. And now pleased to recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today.
Congresswoman, check your microphone if you would there, I think.
Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Thank you for being here today. I frequently hear from specialty crop growers in my district, which is in South Texas, about how your agency is seeking to restrict the use of crop protection tools necessary to increase yields. Now, by increasing yields, we can reduce the need for imports from foreign countries who don't have regulatory systems that are as safe as the United States. For example, onion growers in my district rely on the herbicide DCPA. However, the EPA issued an unprecedented notice of intent to suspend this chemistry. Tell me, how do you plan to address this specific issue?
And can you remind me of which pesticide or herbicide you're speaking of?
So it is the herbicide DCPA.
Okay. I will have to get back to you on that specific herbicide.
So let's move on to the next thing that's very concerning to my specialty crop growers in South Texas. What we need to know is how you're going to streamline the review process in labeling for new products of fruits and vegetables. Current labeling can take 10 to 11 years and cost millions of dollars. And so with fewer and fewer products to help our farmers, we need the insecticides, the fungicides, and even fertilizers that are lacking labels for produce. What are you able to do to help us streamline this process?
Well, we've put together a work group to focus on that. I think that what we've found ourselves in is a situation where there's a lot of litigation around our pesticides and herbicides that we're trying to dig out of because of the agency's, the courts would say, lack of focus on the Endangered Species Act. We also find ourselves under-resourced in the categories of how we can get not just new products into the market, but our labeling and the like. And so we've requested resources in our budget.
What kind of resources are you talking about?
Resources for more personnel. We have, in this specific division, we've got the same number of people we had in the late 80s and early 90s. And so we're seeing an uptick and lots of products and opportunities for market penetration. We've just got to get these products through the review process. So
you talked about these lack of resources. You mentioned that before, that these lack of resources is what's prohibiting the streamlining process and other things that are important to farmers and ranchers. But I'd like to remind you that Congress recently provided a robust increase for OPP appropriations, and PREA 5 increased the maintenance and registration fees that fund OPP activities. So doesn't that mean that you have the opportunity to hire more personnel?
We are working on hiring more personnel, but the time that I've spent with the entire agriculture community, I think they would tell you too that we're so far behind and so under-resourced and have so many products that deserve to be in the market, in the hands as tools for our farmers, that we need to continue to ramp up. I mean, we have to balance the fact that we're under a tremendous amount of litigation, while we're reviewing a lot of new products, and we don't have the staff and the resources to do both of those things. So listen, I would love to make sure that all of our farmers have all of the tools that they have. And I'd like to also ensure that we're not being litigated and farmers are not being litigated, and we're doing things in a very safe way. And I think that's the goal that we're pursuing.
Well, I think that the concern is that if we don't move faster, the ones who are really going to suffer are our farmers and ranchers, and thus our American communities. And if we have to rely on foreign produce and foreign countries to feed Americans, then really it's become a matter of national security. So I would encourage you and the EPA to move this faster so that we can not have to rely on foreign countries to feed Americans. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Michigan, Congresswoman Slotkin, for 5 minutes.
Hi there. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Administrator. From Michigan, where our new line is the home of the most diverse agricultural state in the country with regular access to water. So we're happy to be here. The questions I have for you are on PFAS. Okay. And just to review the bidding, you know, we're the state that had Flint, Michigan, right? An apocalyptic poisoning of an American city. So every Michigander of all stripes started looking more closely at what was in their water, right, from that event. And PFAS is an issue that I think we've been a real leader on in the state of Michigan, both looking for it, figuring out through our universities how to deal with it. And for a long time, we were pushing various administrators before your time and into your time on setting a true scientific standard for PFAS. We were so frustrated in Michigan in prior years that we went ahead and set our own PFAS standards that was based on science because we couldn't in good conscience tell people around, for instance, some of our retired military bases that they should just feel comfortable drinking their water because the EPA hadn't moved on a scientific standard. So I want to thank you for making important announcements about a scientific standard on drinking water. That's very important. But the work is not complete because we need the same scientific standard for groundwater. And groundwater is connected, as we know, to a ton of things, particularly in ag. And we have the problem in our state, not just with contaminated groundwater around some of our military bases, some of our industrial sites, but we've now seen in my own district how that circles around, gets into that sludge that is often then converted into fertilizer and contaminates our farmlands, animals, I mean, a whole host of problems. So I would love just a very quick answer. Can we count on you to do similarly to the good work you did on drinking water, a groundwater standard based in science?
We're moving. Yes, we are. We have to do it for our drinking water, which we've proposed. We're also looking at an interagency process right now, looking at cleanup levels for soil and for water and other kind of contamination. So we hope to have that expedited as quickly as possible.
What does that mean timeline? Like, are we talking 3 months, a year, 5 years? Because, and again, long preceding you, we're working it hard meant that we went for a long time without a real scientific standard on the water we were drinking. So give me an estimated timeline if you could.
You know, EPA is already, the best way for me to say it is we've completed our homework and now it's in the interagency process. Mm-hmm. And so we're getting some feedback from OMB and from others, and as we get that feedback, we'll make those adjustments and hope we can push this rule out as quickly as possible.
Okay, well, I would hope that within this year, we could see some real movement, just knowing how long these timelines are. And I think I've tried in my work on the Armed Services Committee to send like the big red flashing light to my former employer at the Pentagon, right? And say, when this standard changes to be based in science, the U.S. military is going to have a responsibility around some of our sites for cleanup, and you better start planning for that now. So if we're going to have to wait, please help our friends plan appropriately and game out what's going to happen.
And I can say that
sorry, go ahead.
Secretary Austin and I have had very good conversations around PFAS from day one. He's been a very strong partner along with Secretary Vilsack. So this is a whole of government approach.
Okay. Thank you for that. So tell me about the fertilizer problem, the sludge problem, this contaminated wastewater remnants that then gets put onto our farmers' fields. And in some cases in my district, farmers are losing their farms because of contamination. What work are you all doing on the sludge?
Well, the first thing is we are taking that $8 million that you all have granted to us to continue to do the research and development around the uptake potential and what that might mean. But we've also designed our enforcement policies that explicitly look at not focusing on the farmers and those who have applied this sludge, but those who have created this mess, the polluters. We're focused on holding the polluters accountable. So we'll continue to do the research and development that you all have given us the money to do. And we'll keep our eye trained on those who have caused this mess in the first place.
Thank you. And then one just final comment more than a question. So being from Michigan, we watched the announcement, I believe last week, on the new auto standards on electrification very closely. And I just, we had a big White House ceremony with all the big autos on the, Rose Garden together announcing our commitment that by 2030, we would have 50% of our fleet as electric. And that was done in coordination. I just ask that going forward, we realize success happens when we join hands and do this as a community rather than getting surprised by some of these standards. Thanks very much.
Generally's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Administrator, good to see you here today. I know it's been a long day. We're almost done because we're down to the front row. I know we've talked about atrazine, and you've addressed some of those. We've got a lot of corn farmers in our district. Yes. Love the corn farmers. They're doing a great job. But this is a big issue for them. The proposed revision to the September 2020 proposed interim decision, PID, for atrazine seeks to lower the concentrated equivalent level of concern. Can you commit to having the SAP consider other studies made available to you and the EPA that were not reviewed in the previous SAPs to make sure that the best available scientific data is used, sir?
Let me circle back with my staff to see what has and has not been considered, and we will follow up with you on specifically those studies.
But it would make sense to use the best scientific data, would it not, sir?
We definitely want to use the best scientific data.
Good deal. I appreciate a follow-up on that from your staff. Mr. Regan, why does the Biden administration want to get rid of gas stoves for 40% of the American people?
I don't think that is true, but the regulations that focus on gas stoves are not within the confines of EPA. So I'd have to defer the specifics in terms of the technicalities and the regulations to the Department of Energy.
I know the Department of Energy has weighed in on this, so has the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. But the EPA has also weighed in to some degree on the safety of gas stoves and potential emissions from gas stoves that could be harmful. So what is the EPA's take on this?
I have not been made aware of that we have weighed in on gas stoves. That's not something that I've commented on.
Are gas stoves safe for the American people, or are they safe for the environment?
I'm sure my mom is watching this hearing, and she loves her gas stove, and she seems safe to me.
So your mom would vote for keeping gas stoves in America?
She sure would.
All right, I'll take that as a good answer from you, Administrator Regan. Last question, chlorpyrifos. I always have trouble pronouncing that.
Me too.
All right. Let's
Glad
just
you
call
went
it
first.
the big K. How about that? We'll go, or the big C. Well, it's spelled with a C. Anyway, the Biden administration has allocated tremendous resources allegedly out of a desire to support American agriculture, but EPA's approach to chlorpyrifos flies in the face of that. Is the White House aware of the economic harm caused by EPA's approach, and if so, what is the jurisdiction and how does EPA intend to make producers whole?
We're working very hard on this issue, and I've spent a lot of time with Secretary Vilsack on this issue. And I think the frustrating part about this is the courts were fed up that EPA had not moved in a specific way. And so the courts rendered a judgment that set a timeline very stringent and a bar very high that is atypical of any other pesticide that we have to have jurisdiction over. And so we made the decision that we made based on the science, but also based on our legal obligations of the requirement of the Ninth Circuit Court.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony here today, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Washington State, Congresswoman Glusenkamp-Perez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Administrator Regan, for being here today. I wanted to share some concerns I have about the impact of your recently proposed rules on vehicle emissions may have on rural communities and agriculture. So just yesterday, I actually sent a letter to the EPA, DOT, and DOE outlining these concerns. I sincerely appreciate the need to address the climate crisis on all fronts, but I want to ensure that we are not disproportionately impacting rural communities in my district. So about 4.5-hour drive across my district, big district. There are only 100 EV charging stations in my district. There are 2 in my county, Skamania County. Both of them are at resorts. We are also already experiencing a nationwide shortage of qualified electricians. Anyone who's in need and waiting for a residential electrician knows this. Workforce shortages, particularly those in the trades, are even more acute in rural communities. So I want to make sure that the EPA has considered the significant workforce development challenges that must be addressed to train electricians for a large-scale rollout of EV charging infrastructure. While this rule does not affect farm equipment, I want to ensure future rulemaking keeps this context in mind. So I'm hoping that you can speak to how the EPA will keep the constraints of workforce shortages and the needs of rural communities in mind in future rulemaking on vehicle emissions, particularly when it comes to agricultural vehicles such as tractors.
Absolutely. This is focused on cars, trucks, and heavy-duty vehicles. Primarily, it's a technology standard that we've used for the past 40 years that takes into account the Inflation Reduction Act, but also the CHIPS and Science Acts and other acts that are really trying to, reinvigorate domestic manufacturing here and job training. The rule that we proposed, and it is a proposal, would kick in the year 2027. And it would take into account all of the components that you just described that need to be in place for this rule to take full effect and get maximum opportunity out of it. But we have to remember it's a proposal. We're going through a public comment period. We're engaging with all of our workforce, our automobile manufacturers, and you all in Congress to be sure that what we finalize is not punitive, but is an opportunity for this country. At the same time, I think the RVOs in 2022 are the highest renewable volumes ever done by any administration. And as we look at the set rule for RVOs for 2023, 2024, and 2025, we're going to be sure that we continue with that trajectory. We're going to walk and chew gum at the same time. There's a significant role for biofuels and advanced biofuels in this country, and we don't have to have one without the other.
Thank you. A few weeks ago, I received requests for congressional funding, and one pervasive theme was municipal water infrastructure problems across the district. Is there any more romantic term in the English language than biosolids? I haven't found it. This touches every district, county in my district. Over and over, we see infrastructure that is past its recommended lifespan, undersized, or on the brink of collapse. In order to resolve this, municipalities are often forced to implement Band-Aid solutions or take out incredibly large loans. Some wastewater systems are also beginning to fail, releasing untreated water into local environments, which poses severe health risks to residents and neighbors. So local governments cannot address this problem alone. I appreciate the work the EPA has done with the bipartisan infrastructure law funding in partnership from USDA with the Closing America's Wastewater Access Gap Community Initiative. Administrator Regan, right now, the program is a pilot in 8 mostly eastern states. What is the ultimate goal for this program in terms of serving communities countrywide on the West Coast where I am?
Yeah, I think we have 11, and we do have some on the West Coast as well in terms of closing the wastewater gap. And listen, we designed these pilots so that it could be reflective of all communities across this country. Thankfully, between President Biden's leadership and Congress, we were awarded $50 billion for these sorts of issues, not just for water infrastructure with that $50 billion, but billions to focus on emerging contaminants and other pollutants of concern. And so we're going to continue to be sure that these resources are distributed evenly and fairly all across the country. But these pilot projects to close this wastewater gap are important because we're getting real-time data for local solutions on how to use these resources the best.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
GLA yields back. I'll recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Administrator Regan, I know that many of our
Congressman, check your microphone if you would. Whoop, just get a little closer
Hello?
to it, Dan.
Can you hear me? Better? Okay. Many of our colleagues have shared concerns over the course of the Biden administration, talking about the radical new WOTUS rule. But I think it cannot be emphasized enough just how harmful this rule will be for our agricultural industry. In speaking with farmers in local municipalities in my district, in rural upstate New York, in the western end of the state, in the southern tier, we extrapolated that under the EPA penalty scale, a Clean Water Act violation could run one of my producers a whopping $56,000 a day per violation. Administrator Regan, I have a lot of small generational family farms in my district, and a $56,000 slap a day from Washington bureaucrats will put them completely out of business forever, and there will not be new agricultural leaders coming into an area like mine in New York State to fill that void. Administrator Regan, these new emission standards that EPA is proposing for electric vehicles, they're very concerning. Particularly due to the physical differences between the refueling of an electric car and a traditional vehicle. And notably, the significant time disparity that it can take 10 times longer to fill up the tank for an electric vehicle than it would a traditional agricultural vehicle working off of diesel. This would have crippling impacts on our agricultural industry. And with that, we have a very large dairy presence in my district. Safely and timely transportation of milk from farm to processing facility to the consumer is of the utmost importance. Considering the perishable nature of the milk and the other dairy products they transport, and the distance between these facilities is almost a 10-fold increase in fueling time for EV trucks over the traditional vehicles. I'm concerned that the EVs are not a suitable medium to transport milk products at this time, at this level of infrastructure. So how can we ensure that charging times don't impede on farmers or cooperatives' ability to move milk and quality of products?
Thank you for that question. And first of all, I'd like to say that we have put forward a very aggressive biofuels agenda that coincides with this EV proposed regulation. Listen, the proposal doesn't kick in until 2027. And then that'll be for cars, light-duty trucks, and some heavy-duty trucks. But there will not be a mandate or any kind of immediate transition that takes place that doesn't allow for biofuels and advanced biofuels to compete. And we're making sure of that. And that's why when we look at the set rule, and as we look at the RVOs for 2023, 24, and 25, we want them to continue from where we left off in 2022. By the way, 2022 was the highest RVO that any administration had ever put in place. So this president and I are very serious about biofuels.
Okay. Thank you. I led a letter with members of our New York delegation to our governor, who is also pushing a very similar one-size-fits-all electrification policy for rural New York. and that will directly impact our farmers. And these policies appear to be, that I'm concerned with, along with our producers, that between the federal and the state government, we're looking at very serious problems here. In turning to the EPA's chemical regulation process, I know that the EPA is working on a roadmap to address the Endangered Species Act process, but keeping tools in the toolbox for our growers is very important to me. And in my district, we have part of the Lake Erie grape belt, home of the Niagara and Concord grape. For Concord and Niagara grapes, production costs are $1,800 an acre, and at current market prices of $300 a ton for the fruit. A grower needs to produce 6 tons an acre to break even. If, for example, our growers run out of tools to control a disease like black rot fungus, it could easily cut that yield in half. And at 4 to 5 tons an acre, that grower would be operating below production costs, and the business would fail. Mr. Regan, these are the realities that specialty crop growers in my district and in Florida, in Texas, in California, and everywhere else have to contend with. And when the EPA pushes ever more stringent rules and regulations that look good on paper here in Washington, D.C., but they don't actually work on the ground, that costs an arm and a leg to our growers. We are putting our farmers out of business. And our farmers need support, not to be told to roll with the punches, that the administration issues all sorts of new constructs and expensive rules and regulations. And I strongly encourage a change of course here. And that, with that, Mr. Chairman, I do yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now pleased to recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Congresswoman Bazinski, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's great to be with you today, Administrator Regan. Thank you for joining us. I'm really looking forward to working with you and your team on a host of issues, and I've really appreciated today all of your support for biofuels in particular. There's been a lot of conversation around that topic, obviously, today at the hearing, so thank you for that. I do want to highlight one important issue specifically within my district, and to start by telling you the story of one of my constituents, Walter Bird. Walter Bird is from Cahokia Heights. Cahokia Heights is just on the other side of St. Louis. It's just adjacent to East St. Louis. And Walter, like other citizens in Cahokia, has dealt with decades of flooding of both stormwater and sewage anytime there is heavy rainfall in the area, and we have a lot of rainfall. More flooding is happening within this region every year. In fact, since 2019, residents, as a part of a recent court filing, cite 91 documented instances of raw sewage coming out of government-owned pipes and into their home. Walter and his friends and neighbors suffer from both the economic devastation of their ruined homes, but also the health implications of asthma, sinus infections, and bacterial stomach infections from exposure to this raw sewage. Walter is a retiree, and many other folks in the community struggle to be able to find the money for repairs when these types of flooding occurs. Walter is not alone. Unfortunately, this is a 2-decade-old problem in this community that local, state, and federal government have not been able to solve, while residents continue to be unable to drink water and live amongst the raw sewage. This part of my district also happens to be 95% Black. And I think it's not an accident that we've allowed these unacceptable conditions to continue in poorer communities of color. Mr. Administrator, I know you have prioritized environmental justice, and that's wonderful in your work and during your tenure, and you've utilized your agency as a way to convene multi-agency approaches to catastrophic problems like the one I'm just now highlighting for you. And that's how the Flint issue was dealt with. I know with the support of your administration or from the EPA at that time. I've admired, too, how your agency has been responsible for coordinating interagency efforts to restore the Great Lakes as well. Today, I am asking you and your team, would you be willing to take on this Cahokia Heights challenge that we are facing with more of a hands-on approach by appointing a coordinator from your office to help us to ensure that the infrastructure upgrades can be made possible. And I'm sure you're aware, Senators Duckworth and Durbin have really been leading in this space as well and have secured a significant level of federal funding through the SRF grant program. But the community needs real-time, immediate technical assistance and able to access that funding, or this decades-old problem just continues to persist. Yes. And it's very serious. So I would love to have your commitment today to tapping someone on your team to help drive this process in the community and help us to get these needed funds to where they need to be.
You have my commitment to do that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That will make a tremendous difference for this community. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And with that, actually, I just want to yield back my time. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Now please recognize gentleman from California, Mr. Duarte, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Administrator Regan, for being here today.
Thank you.
Appreciate listening. And I really do want to sincerely thank you for coming and playing ball. You're answering the questions. You're engaged. That's not always what we get from every witness, especially high-level administrators and secretaries. And so I sincerely appreciate your playing ball. So I know you're not tired of talking about the Clean Water Act. You seem tireless, and that would be the only reason. I was prosecuted under the Clean Water Act, not by the EPA, who actually had the subject matter jurisdiction to prosecute me under the Clean Water Act, but when the EPA demurred under the Obama administration, the case was then picked up by the Department of Justice, and the Army Corps of Engineers and Department of Justice then prosecuted me as a farmer for planting wheat in a wheat field. So I just want to go through some of the details of that and make sure that you've done a fairly complete job explaining your prior converted cropland definitions, your field hearings, your engagement with industry and agriculture to make sure that you know what a wetland is and what the rules are. And had any of those been applied appropriately, I would not have been prosecuted. And we had prior converted cropland that met all of the definitions I read in your testimony. And I believe that's why the EPA didn't prosecute me. So I'm asking you specifically, will you engage with the Department of Justice, the Army Corps of Engineers, and other agencies who may think industriously how to prosecute farmers for growing wheat in wheat fields or practicing normal farming practices on other previously converted farmlands to stay out of your subject matter jurisdiction?
Well, thank you for that question, and I've already been consulting with DOJ, Army Corps, and USDA, and I think this is an unprecedented level of coordination. At least that's what Secretary Vilsack and others tell me, because I think we need to have a better understanding of what's happening across our agencies to be sure we're interpreting these rules in the exact same way. There was one of your colleagues that mentioned there might be some discrepancies in interpretations as well. So if there is any specific definition or issue that you see on the horizon that may be complicated by the viewpoint of 4 agencies, please call that out to our administration.
I would just offer that you look at the Duarte Wetland Prosecution Expert Report and go through it and just examine for yourself what was, mini mountain ranges, plow furrows 4 inches tall, pebble distribution surveys through the soil to see if my plowing redistributed pebbles. And you'll probably have a good laugh, but then please realize that these prosecutions aren't just civil prosecutions. These are criminal prosecutions. I was threatened every step of the way with criminal penalties for planting wheat in a wheat field. When you go to the level of criminalizing farming practices, your requirement to define what is a violation of the Clean Water Act and what is a criminal offense to the Clean Water Act is very, very important. And I would offer that the significant nexus test, some of the farmland definitions being used in your WOTUS rule are absolutely too vague to provide the basis for any kind of criminal prosecution. This is not filling a river. This is prairie potholes. These are vernal pools. These are swales across farmland, literally low spots in grass fields that collect water after rainstorms.
And many of those items that you just laid out fit into that category that we have codified as exemptions or exclusion in the language to be as clear as possible. But I will circle with my team. My understanding is this is something that Army Corps of Engineers pursued against
Army Corps and the Department of Justice Division of Environment and Water put a whole prosecution team. We had 10 experts on a 450-acre wheat field for 10 days, digging up the vernal pools 2 and 3 feet deep, where I I'd tilled them for only, 4 to 7 inches was their conclusion. So anyways, I'd offer you to look at that. I'm also wanting to ask you, I agree, I farm in a sustainable wine growing program in California, another ranch that I farm. And we like the soft insecticides. We like the soft pesticides. We try and stay away from the hot stuff when we can. And as a nurseryman, I also want that hot stuff around for when I have an exotic pest issue. I really want to whack it with some chlorpyrifos. I have no trouble pronouncing or saying chlorpyrifos should be in the arsenal. I don't want to use it regularly. But please do what you can, even if it means contracting out some of the research and approval to private research firms that you can find credible to do some of the backlog. We can appropriate the EPA money and authorize it time and time again, but if the EPA wants to go hire more sustainability engineers or woke yoga instructors, we can't do anything about that. So if you have short resources, please get everybody back to work and then find out how we can use some privatization to get some of these new ag tools through the regulatory process. And thank you very much. I yield back.
Appreciate it.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Ohio, Congresswoman Brown, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Scott, and thank you, Administrator Regan, for being here today. As you've indicated several times, it is important that the EPA and the United States Department of Agriculture have to work hand in hand to provide farmers and ranchers with the tools they require to supply food for the country. It is imperative the regulatory process at the EPA be science and fact-based and free from political bias. So, Administrator Regan, how has your work in the administration improved the regulatory and review process for new and existing crop protection tools available to farmers?
You know, we take that very serious, and I think we have a good roadmap to think through how we look at this review process. I think our challenge is again twofold. It's the agency hasn't done the best job according to the courts in looking at and applying the ESA. And then we've had a backlog of new product registrants that are prepared to hit the market. So we've got to dig out of litigation, and we've got to get some new products on the market. I think we've got a strong review process. We just need more resources to do it.
Thank you. Now, when you came to Cleveland last year, we talked about lead poisoning and how Cleveland, a city that has been faced with historic disinvestment and is one of the epicenters of the lead crisis. As you know, the problem of environmental injustice extends beyond just lead. Research has found that increased agriculture pesticides used in related toxicity risks for humans occur the most in areas where people of color and limited resources are, communities that are particularly vulnerable to environmental injustices. Communities of color are shouldering the biggest burden of pesticide exposure. So, Administrator Regan, how critical is it that the EPA assists state and local agencies in performing seasonal air monitoring for pesticides in certain high-use areas?
You know, it's really critical that we put all measures in place that we protect everyone equally across this country, especially those who are most vulnerable. And in the design of our environmental justice and external civil rights program, we've created a new program office that is geared to work with all of our media offices, our air office, our water office, to provide technical expertise, legal advice, engineering advice across all of those media. And all of that trickles down to the partnership that we have with our state agencies. No two communities are exactly the same, and we recognize that. And so in order for our laws to reach their full potential and protect everyone, we're leveraging all of that infrastructure and resources down to protecting that individual. So whether it's advanced monitoring for air or water, or ensuring that these historic resources from Bill and Ira get to every single person, we're going to do all of that.
Thank you so much. And finally, what steps is EPA taking to implement more equitable policies to better protect vulnerable communities?
We've embedded environmental justice and equity into the very DNA of the work that we do. And that's where, whether it's Lowndes County, Alabama, or McDowell County, West Virginia, and Appalachia, we've seen far too many communities across this country who are on the front lines of pollution and disinvestment. And so our programs are designed to ensure that all of the resources that flow to EPA and flow to the states are distributed to those who are most in need, no matter the color of your skin or the zip code you live in. And we've got metrics in place to ensure that that happens. But we're also designing our laws and regulations to be sure that no populations are left out as well. We believe that these resources and these structural changes will create a safer and better America.
Thank you, and thank you again for coming to Cleveland. I look forward to your return, and I look forward to continuing to collaborate with you on important matters like this. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back.
Thank you.
Please recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Congressman Nunn, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Administrator Regan, for joining us today. I think we've walked through a lot of issues. I really want to highlight your commitment, or at least the EPA's decision to look at an all-of-the-above energy solution for our country right now, particularly at a time when your son, my daughters are having, expense at the gas, but as well as the supply chain that provides everything for our families.
Yeah.
We're looking at a situation where we enjoyed having you and the president in Iowa at a little ethanol plant in Menlo. At this facility, the commitment was made that ethanol was part of this all-of-the-above solution. And at that time, the president guaranteed a waiver for year-round E15. Now, your agency has looked at a 2024 opportunity to have ethanol be part of the solution for our energy challenges. But before us today, the EPA, and we've sent a letter to this earlier in the year, highlighting that we're going to shut down EPA sales over the course of this summer. I'd like to understand, why is that?
We're going to shut down
the sale of E15 year-round.
For Iowa?
For the country.
I don't think we've issued a shutdown for the sale of E15. I think last year, E15 received an emergency waiver, which has a limited lifespan. And so each summer, if we're going to use that emergency waiver.
So let me ask you this, are you going to use that emergency waiver this summer?
Well, as I've said earlier today, we're taking a look at that. All options are on the table, and that waiver is available. But there must be certain conditions that are present. And the reason I'm saying it this way is because previous administrations have used that waiver, and the courts have immediately struck them down for not meeting that.
Do you know how many days until the EPA will make that decision? Because we've been asking for this for a while.
Sure, and others have as well, and I don't have an answer for you. I can say.
So here's my challenge. Look, Iowa farmers are already in the field, farmers across the area. Producers are already in the field. It's not a remote job. It's not something that you can phone in. The reality is we have 11 days before suppliers are going to have to make a decision whether they're going to continue the sale of E15. And the reality is for your family and mine, in the Midwest, that is a massive increase in the price of fuel costs for those both using it and those providing that supply chain. Do you think within the next 11 days we'll be able to get an answer on this?
I can tell you that my staff has not come to me with the level of evidence that we need to make that decision today.
What has changed from last year? Last year we were told it was the war in Ukraine. Last year we were told that fuel prices were high, and the president himself demanded that this was a way that we could provide affordable fuel for families. What has changed from last year?
And you've listed a number of conditions that were present last year.
And I would offer they're present today as well.
And also there were a number of conditions that DOE indicated that were present as well. And so I can tell you that I'm talking with Secretary Granholm and DOE, and my folks are looking at this. I am not in a position, nor should I be legally, to tell you today, especially if the evidence isn't present right now.
We would like to have an answer ideally within the next 11 days. I know that's a high-pressure environment, but so is the rest of the country under it. I'd like to move on to WOTUS.
And if the conditions exist on the ground within those 11 days, then you'll see this EPA move.
I look forward to that. Thank you. Specifically on WOTUS, many of our colleagues have highlighted here that your ability to redefine this is causing a number of individual farms a lot of money on a daily basis. In my home state of Iowa, Ms. Regan, nearly 97% of my state would be impacted by the Biden administration's definition of WOTUS. Now that is the epitome, in my opinion, of a lot of government overreach into individual family farms. So here's my ask. As opposed to the exclusions and exemptions which impact a very small number of people who have jumped through the wickets to be able to get an answer back, would EPA consider scrapping this process, restarting and working with members of Congress to really move this forward so that individual farmers, has been highlighted, aren't being fined up to $50,000 a day, ultimately potentially shutting down their farm and the food network for the country.
That offer has been made to my two predecessors, and two Supreme Court justices have weighed in, and we've seen multiple courts across the country weighed in. I can tell you that I worked with members of Congress, I worked with the agriculture community, and I recognize that this isn't exactly what everyone wants, but that is because there are some constraints with the law of the Clean Water Act, in addition to what we've learned from cases from Obama and from Trump. Remember, the navigable waters rule under President Trump was vacated by multiple courts. So I get the frustration.
I appreciate that. In my remaining time, I'd like to say, I don't want to rehash the last two administrations. I want to talk about where this administration can go forward to be a leader in this point. I appreciate your time, Mr. Chair. I yield back mine.
Well, will the gentleman yield just a couple seconds here, your remaining time? Love to know, when did you reach out to the Agriculture Committee, and whom did you work with on WOTUS? Because I didn't get those calls. I didn't get that collaboration, and unfortunately, Ranking Member Scott had to step out, but I think he has been on board and sharing our concerns with WOTUS. So I would just, who did you talk with when you said you've engaged the Agriculture Committee?
Well, I talked with Chairman Scott. I mean, he was the chairman when I came in.
Okay.
And my staff, we'll get the names, but we've worked with a number of staff on this committee. I've also worked very, very closely, not saying we agree, but worked very closely with Zippy Duval and the Farm Bureau.
Specifically, you had mentioned working with the Agriculture Committee.
Yes.
So,
I think I said community, but I will.
I'm sorry. Well, if you said community, I
community.
misunderstood.
But committee as well. I've worked and reached out with Chairman Scott as well. So I don't want to say we have not engaged with this committee either.
Okay. Well, there's one side of the aisle you haven't engaged in, and I'll follow up with Ranking Member Scott. All right. Now we recognize the gentleman from California, Ranking Member on the Livestock, Poultry, and Dairy Subcommittee, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Administrator Regan, thank you for your patience and your asking the questions, answering the questions that members have asked. I'm not going to belabor the issue on the flexibility that EPA has with regards to pesticides and herbicides and the application. We've had atmospheric weather challenges across the country and in the San Joaquin Valley. We've certainly, as you noticed in the floods that have taken place, they've occurred there as well. That's delayed spring planting, and it's changed our flexibility on how we utilize these various management tools to get our crops in the ground and to successfully harvest them at the end of this year. I will hope that EPA will be flexible in their management and jurisdiction in every region of the country, including California. I've been wanting to get down and sit with you to talk about another issue, and that's the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. Are you familiar with the San Joaquin Valley, Administrator Regan?
I am, yes.
You know that it's perhaps the richest agricultural region in the country?
Yes, I do.
You know, California is $51 billion last year at the farm gate.
Governor Newsom reminds me all the time.
Well, good. The valley where we farm there is dynamic and it's diverse. But we have a mountain range on the east side that is 14,000 feet. At the back end is the Tehachapi's, which is 5,000 to 6,000 feet. And on the west side, it's like a bathtub, are the Coast Range Mountains. We're in a locked-in air basin. Do you know that?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, and so trying to reach attainment status is a challenge that we've been working on for decades. Do you understand that?
I absolutely am aware of that.
I created the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District back in 1988 when I was in the state legislature. And we've tried mightily to comply with all the standards. I've supported CAFE standards. I've supported a host of other clean air standards. But it's difficult because the valley has grown at a higher rate in population and utilization than other parts of California. Do you know that?
Yes.
Do you know that the 80% or more of our emissions are mobile-related emissions, and less than 20% are stationary sources of emission?
Which is typical of most of the country, yes. Mobile sources.
Yeah,
are
and
the
do you
most
realize that
contributor.
I-5 and Highway 99 are major transit corridors, along with the two major railroads, Burlington Northern and Union Pacific, in which air pollution is created that goes in and through the valley, but is not responsible so much by the people who live there? You understand that?
You know your community much better than I do, sir.
Well, of course I do. I've represented it for 41 years, so 9 out of the 10 counties. So what's happened is, and I've been wanting to sit down with you, and I want to give you an opportunity to help me solve this problem. We've met with your regional administrator, Martha Guzman, and we had a conversation here in the last 2 weeks. It was unsatisfactory. EPA, in my opinion, because of actions that you've taken earlier this year, you've put yourself in a box, and I want to try to help you get out of the box. Do you want to punish the people of the San Joaquin Valley, and I've supported all the bipartisan infrastructure package, from receiving their fair share of transportation funds because of this box that you put yourself in terms of our ability to comply with the latest standards?
I don't think I'm in a box, and I think we have a discussion.
Do you want to punish the people of the valley and prevent them from receiving monies that they, as taxpayers, deserve?
We have a solution to avoid any kind of disruption to
Well, then why don't you sit down and talk with me so we can work through this?
I've never been offered to, but I absolutely.
No, I've been trying to reach you here for the last week to sit down and have a conversation.
We can talk after this.
You've been busy.
My cell phone number.
I understand. I've been busy too.
This is the first time that I've
We're
heard
all
that you
busy.
want to talk.
Huh?
This is the first time I've heard that you want to talk about this issue.
Really? Well, then you got to talk to your staff, because we've been trying to reach out to you for days.
Well, as far as I understand, this problem has been going on for more than days.
No, I know.
My
But
senior leadership
after
has
the
been
meeting
working
that
on
we
this
had
24/7.
with your regional administrator, it was clear to me that they were on a course hell-bent to go ahead, not provide the flexibility necessary so that we could comply and submit the updated plan.
Well, we'll respectfully disagree on the facts, and maybe you and I can sit down and talk about them.
Well, I would hope so. So we'll set that up, right?
Sounds good to me.
I want you and I to become best friends.
I believe that can happen.
Good, because I'm a problem solver.
Me too.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Administrator, I'd like to make a general comment before I get to you. In my former vocation, I was a Navy SEAL, and two of the core missions of the SEAL teams are counterterrorism, hostage rescue, and I'd like to assure my colleagues on this committee that the Republican Party generally, nor the Speaker of the House, are holding SNAP benefits hostage, and that using inflammatory language like this will not help us move forward to pass a farm bill in a timely manner, and I believe that's counterproductive. You're very proud to tell us that your RVOs are bigger this year than a long time. Is that correct?
The largest that's ever been done, 2022.
That's great. Was your agency sued to make sure that those RVOs came out?
I think this agency has been sued numerous times on the RFS.
The answer to that question is yes. And so your agency had to be sued by industry to get those RVOs out. And this is, yes, they did.
No, I think they were sued during the last administration and they didn't get them out. And they were sued
Mr. Administrator,
before that
listen,
and they didn't get them
your
out.
agency had to be sued to get these RVOs out.
You're a fact.
And here is the problem. When we're talking about not getting E15 out for this summer, it's because of your agency's inability to do your job in a timely manner.
Did the last
Let me finish
administration
what
do
I'm
that?
saying.
Did the last administration?
Let me finish what I'm saying, because it's 2023, sir.
Yeah.
And you are working for the Biden administration. So your agency's inability to do your job in a timely manner does not constitute an emergency. It constitutes a crisis for our farmers and other consumers. So I'm going to ask you directly, because the conditions are identical or even worse than they were when you did this emergency waiver for E15 to be used year-round. The 8 states, Wisconsin is one of them that I represent. I'm going to ask you directly. Use the empiric knowledge that you gathered to get this waiver to use E15 year-round. Use the same information, because it hasn't changed, so that we can use E15 this year. I'm going to ask you to do that. And listen, we talked about this enough. I don't want to move on to something else, okay? I'm asking you to do that, because it hasn't changed. You don't have to redo studies. That is
So you don't want a
BS.
response. You don't want a response.
Okay, yes, go ahead, please.
If the conditions were the exact same as they were last year,
They're
I'm
the same or worse.
administrator, I would have issued that E15 waiver.
Okay.
It's the
I'm
same
telling you
administrator.
right now that the conditions are the same or worse. And you are doing this, and this is a shuffle, and it's not acceptable. All right, I want to talk about the national security and human implications of your decision to have at least 50% of the cars be EVs by 2030, okay? There's not a single electric vehicle that is produced that doesn't have critical components of that car manufactured or processed by the Chinese Communist Party. So because of this policy, are you telling me the Environmental Protection Agency and the Biden administration are willing to turn over the ability for the United States of America to transport its own people over to the Chinese Communist Party?
No.
You are not. Well, then you need to get rid of this rule. Do you understand that 70% of all the cobalt that's produced in the world comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo?
I understand.
And do you understand that cobalt is a key component for these EVs?
Listen, I understand that this rule is proposed for 2027.
Okay, hold on now.
And it's a proposal. It's a proposal. You act like this is a mandate that
Yeah,
starts
I
tomorrow.
do because I've worked with the Environmental Protection Agency before.
You're
so
making
this
a
is
lot of
listen, man.
assumptions.
Are you aware that a significant portion of the cobalt that's produced in the Democratic Republic of Congo is mined by children?
I am aware that.
Okay,
we're putting
so
policies
are
in
you,
place
as the leader
to
of
a
the
lot of
Environmental
this
Protection Agency and the Biden administration, willing to push this environmental agenda on the backs of child miners in the Democratic Republic of Congo? Because that is a reality,
That's an absurd statement.
It is not an absurd statement. That's reality. I can give you article after article after article after article detailing this out. This is the reality. You guys are putting an environmental agenda over child miners in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Environmental Protection Agency and the Biden administration are putting the national security of this country at risk because every single electronic vehicle has components that is either manufactured or processed in by the Chinese Communist Party. That is a reality.
Absolutely false that our regulation is profiting from child labor on the continent of Africa.
And where are you getting your
Absolutely
cobalt?
False.
Where's the cobalt coming from? 70% of the world's cobalt is coming from the Democratic Republic of China. A significant portion of that cobalt is mined by children. That's where the components are coming from. You can't miracle this one.
The proposal doesn't kick in until 2027. This is a conversation.
This is wholly unacceptable.
A conversation, not a mandate. It's a conversation.
Gentlemen, wholly unacceptable.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Now recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut, Congresswoman Hayes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. Administrator Regan, thank you for being here today. You're almost there. Thank you for your grace answering the questions of this committee. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach. I have some questions that really are relevant in my district. The EPA plays a critical role in the viability of farms in the United States. Today, I want to discuss the importance of your brownfield program. Across our nation, communities are dealing with the legacy of industrialization and pollution. In my district, in Connecticut, towns have benefited from their location along the Farmington, Housatonic, and Naugatuck Valley rivers as factories sprang up during the 19th and 20th centuries. Most of those factories today are gone, but the pollution remains. Decades of disinvestment have left the poorest families living near these toxic sites, breathing dirtier air, drinking more polluted water, and walking on contaminated soil. Thanks to the Brownfield program, communities in my district are rebounding. In Cheshire, town officials are revitalizing their downtown around a former brownfield, turning it into a shared community art space. In Torrington, there's riverfront property that once sat as an unused factory, and it's now affordable housing. In New Britain, EPA funds have helped remediate a former greenhouse gas station and auto shop into an urban organic farm that now provides farm-to-school meals for students. And in my hometown of Waterbury, a brownfield has now become a fish farm that sustainably produces branzino here in the United States. My question for you today, Mr. Regan, Administrator Regan, is do you agree that the EPA's brownfield programs can grow local sustainable food systems for disadvantaged communities? And do you believe that this program receives adequate funding to make environmental justice communities like the ones I just described whole again?
Well, thank you for that. And I'll tell you, as the state secretary in North Carolina, the Brownfields program was my favorite program because of all of the things you just laid out you see in all of these communities across the country. I will say that we have asked for an increased budget this year that would help sustain a lot of the great work that you're talking about and discussing all across the country. But thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, we've got about $1.5 billion to the Brownfields program over 5 years, appropriated at $300 million increments. This is going to transform communities all across this country, not just from an environmental standpoint, but as you've articulated, economic development, jobs, and just confidence in some of these blighted communities. This is an awesome opportunity.
Thank you. And I know firsthand what that means because it is transforming my district. There are many places that literally I spent my lifetime watching blighted spaces just abandoned that are now thriving again. And to your point, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, many of these factories are being transformed in a very different way. Also, thank you for your persistence in preserving farmland as a priority. And I believe every member of this committee shares that priority. Specifically, in Connecticut, open land is hard to come by, and the cost of land can be prohibitive for new farmers. We have many urban farmers, lots of creative strategies, a very intentional VOAG school. My district is a combination of rural communities and cities, and I think that we have to rethink our approach to agriculture and EPA to include all communities across the country in a very different way. In your view, can remediating brownfields preserve undeveloped farmable land? And what can the EPA and Congress do to educate the public on the safety and viability of former cleanup sites?
I think so. I think obviously in our brownfields programs, we look at the level of cleanup needed for the project at hand. And whether it's a green space or agricultural use or mixed-use planning, it would provide a tremendous opportunity, especially as you've touched on urban farming. My father was an agricultural extension agent, and I understand the importance of that educational component from agriculture. So yes, the answer is yes. I believe that together, putting our heads together with these historic resources, absolutely.
Administrator Regan, I thank you for your time today and for your unyielding grace before this committee. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Regan, I have a letter here dated January 26th. It is signed by no less than 196 members of Congress. 24 of those members are on this committee. It is addressed to you, the Administrator of the EPA, as well as Michael Connor, the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works. As a reminder, this was January 26th. The response dated yesterday. And it says here, while your letter did not pose any questions, please do not hesitate to contact us in the future, yada, yada, yada. And it is not signed by the administrator to whom it was addressed. It is signed by Radhika Fox, Assistant Administrator in the Office of Water. My question is, why did you wait this long to respond? Is it a coincidence that we received this yesterday, the day before your testimony? And why did you not take the time to respond? The deal is there's not necessarily any specific questions posed, but this was an opportunity for you to defend WOTUS. So my assessment is, by the fact that you chose not to respond, in fact didn't sign the letter that we received yesterday, that in effect, you're stating that there is no defense of WOTUS. Otherwise, you would have taken this opportunity to make the defense of this rule. Your comments.
I will circle with my team to see how that decision was made. Obviously, that letter was routed to Assistant Administrator Fox because she's the head of the Office of Water. But let me look into that and determine how that was done.
I hope you will, because this was either a failure of your staff to apprise you of this letter, or an attempt on the staff's part or your part to not inform and respond to a letter that was dated January 26. We'll move on. Administrator Regan, last month the EPA issued a final rule in the form of a memo that directs states to assess cybersecurity of public water systems during periodic sanitary surveys under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Since this was in memo form, there was no opportunity for public review or comment. Of note, the inclusion of cybersecurity within sanitary surveys does not recognize the limited capacity of state personnel with regard to technical expertise or staffing, et cetera. So my question is, to what extent does the EPA know the capacity of drinking water systems across America who have trained employees who can adequately operate systems under those new guidelines?
We have a very good understanding, thanks to our relationships with our state secretaries as well as local organizations. And I think the calculus that was made by Assistant Administrator Rodica Fox was that this was something that we could incorporate in a process that was already being underway to get this very important information.
So why does the EPA not implement bright line or quantitative parameters in their WOTUS tests, even though that could help avoid confusion and possible litigation with landowners? Could specific parameters be implemented regionally to account for regional differences?
I'm sorry?
What I'm asking for is, why not be more clear and concise in these quantitative parameters in the WOTUS test, even though, I mean, that could help avoid a lot of confusion and possibly litigation. We know litigation is coming. Could specific parameters be implemented with regard to the regional differences that exist with respect to WOTUS?
I think what our staff did was wrote those parameters in accordance to the way the Clean Water Act requires that we do, not overreaching and not trying to be overly prescriptive, but given the flexibility that the Act affords us. We attempted to do outreach and stakeholder engagement. We did 10 additional roundtables in addition to the rulemaking process so that we could be on our game in terms of implementation. And we did it in consultation with the USDA. Listen, this is a very difficult rule, as history would demonstrate. But I think what we provided was something that was durable and had learned some lessons from the prior two rules, which is why we went forward with what we went forward with.
Well, at a time of rampant inflation, nobody, particularly hardworking men and women who put food on our tables and clothes on our back, need additional expenses thrown on them at a time when they're trying their best to continue that food supply. So my question again is, what's the rush? Well, why not do some due diligence on behalf of America's farmers and ranchers and the taxpayers? So why, and particularly when we have a Supreme Court case pending, and the administration chose to move through and rush this cumbersome law and costly rule that will ultimately have to be changed. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I say that the courts vacated the previous navigable waters rule of the previous administration, and it left a void that took us back to pre-2015. There was some litigation risk to the agency for not fully enforcing the Clean Water Act. So we began moving forward to put this rule into place. I will tell you that we will respect the ruling of the Supreme Court, but we won't be starting from scratch. We'll be able to take that ruling and move forward with something that is codified by the Supreme Court and the rule that we put in place.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Jackson, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Regan, I'd like to say a special thank you. I'm very familiar with the work that you've done and the under-resourced department that you have. I think we need to put that in context, that you have more to do and your department is even more critical and more essential, and your budget does not reflect the scope and the safety and security you provide for us all. I come from Illinois, 1st District, and we've got a lead water problem. Illinois, as you know, and you've spent much time there, and I thank you for your service, has the most lead service lines in the nation. What I am incurring, and I see it nationwide, is smaller municipalities do not have the resources to tap in and reach out and understand all of the programs that are available. And I would like to ask you, is there any initiatives that we can create going into the future to reach out to the municipalities that are poor and marginalized, that do not have the sophistication, if you will, or the administrators in-house to ensure that they access these great programs? So the programs are available, but they're inaccessible to many at the local level. If you could comment, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely, and we used a portion of the Inflation Reduction Act to launch what we're calling these TIC-TAC centers, and they're technical centers that are basically 17 of them across the country that are leveraging partnerships with state and local and grassroots organizations. Those TIC-TAC centers have about $10 million apiece to create this network so that we can be sure that not only do these organizations, municipalities or local organizations understand where the dollars are, but we can help build some common capacity so that they can reach those dollars. We have about $15 billion dedicated to lead replacement, lead service line replacement, and 15 billion, and then in the Inflation Reduction Act, about $3 billion focused on environmental justice and equity issues. So we have a lot of resources out there that we want communities like the one you described to have access to.
And again, I would like to personally invite you out to the district. You've been there many times before. I'd welcome you to come back. And if there's a way that I can help pilot this, even though there are tic-tac, not tick-tock centers, correct, that there's still the accessibility on those municipalities that are overrun with so many other issues. I'd like to do my part to close the gap, to reach out to those in the center, if you could direct me and facilitate. And I thank you very much for your knowledge and your time that you spent before us today and your commitment that you've shown over the years. Continued success.
Thank you.
I yield my time back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from Indiana, Dr. Baird, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you. And I really appreciate you, Mr. Administrator, for sharing with us your perspective. So my first question deals with the EPA and the FDA. Recently published a white paper that proposes moving a number of animal products that are currently regulated by the EPA and place them under the jurisdiction of the FDA. This is a major regulatory change and an impact that has an influence on livestock producers and pet owners that rely on the product for health and welfare of their animals. While this proposal is currently open for public comment, many stakeholders need more time to fully analyze the impacts of this proposal and have requested an extension. So, Administrator Regan, I would appreciate your comments about justification for this jurisdictional change, and then following that, if you would consider extending the comment period.
Well, thank you for that question, and that exact action has not reached my desk. So let me go back and do some due diligence on that. And for those who are governing that process, I will inquire with them about the extension.
Thank you. So my second question deals with biotechnology. I'm a strong advocate for research, and I really think biotechnology is going to be extremely important as we try to feed the 9 billion people as well as our own people in the future. But the EPA renewed their biotechnology innovation efforts under President's executive order on advancing biotechnology and biomanufacturing innovation for a sustainable, safe, and secure American economy. Under the new executive order, EPA, USDA, and FDA are set to renew their efforts to improve the clarity and the efficiency of regulatory processes for biotechnology products. According to the EPA, these efforts are intended to facilitate innovative solutions for challenges facing agriculture. So I'm just asking, my question is, can you talk more about what EPA is doing to move these regulatory processes forward so that we can get more innovative solutions into the hands of farmers and ranchers?
Well, we are. I can tell you that my folks, whether it be out of my front office with my senior advisor of ag or through all of our organizations, we're having more outreach with the agriculture community, with the farming and ranching community, as we take a look at streamlining all of our decision-making, especially as we think about biotechnology, biofuels, and looking at mitigation and adaptation to climate. So we've got a network in place, again, out of my front office and in the front offices of my major media offices to ensure that agriculture has a seat at the table and has direct input into all of these regulatory processes we are attempting to streamline.
I appreciate that very much, and I think it's very important that stakeholders have a place at the table, and I think agriculture and ranchers and agribusiness do need that, so I'm glad to hear your comments and your perspective in that regard. My third question deals with the Endangered Species Act. It seems to me like with the endangered species that the EPA continues to expose itself to litigation, and I think it probably needs really conduct an investigation or evaluation of the Endangered Species Act, and then have a consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, because these entities are causing significant problems for a lot of our producers and ranchers. So I'd just like some idea what your plan might be to expand any kind of consultations or contact with those agencies.
We've been in consultation with those agencies. A number of us have been in consultation because we all find ourselves under a layer of litigation for the past, 40, 50 years that have caught up to us. And so now, collectively, all of us are trying to think through how do we settle and get out of that litigation while preserving as many tools as possible for our ranchers and our farmers, and then get the resources so that we can get some of these new products off the shelves and onto the market that properly take into consideration the ESA.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments, and my time's up. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now, please recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Administrator Regan, for coming here today. I'm reminded when I consider some of the questioning that has gone on today, how during the Nixon administration, there was a bipartisan call for his resignation for some of the obvious things that he's become famous for. But one positive thing that he became famous for is the establishment of the EPA. And, you have a very difficult job because you have to enforce regulation that does some things that we as a society, as a country, want it to be done. Improve our air, safeguard our water, protect the environment, protect our public health, so that our Americans could have a better quality of life. Now, the low-hanging fruit has been done early on. The floor of regulation and standards have been set. And now there's a lot more that needs to be done so we continue to improve our health and our environment and a better environment for our farmers and our ranchers. Continue to work on that floor that we've established of achievements. And now it's tougher. So those regulations continue to be put forth. I don't always agree with the EPA. Usually it's on timing or phased-in efforts. But I just want you to know how much I respect you personally for all the work that you've done and continue to do, and those that have come before you. You have a tough job, but I commend you for your effort and your good work.
Thank you.
Administrator Regan, I represent the Central Coast of California, also known as Paradise. But even though we're paradise, it doesn't prevent us from experiencing natural disasters, which our area was hit with 2 atmospheric storms recently. This caused major flooding, resulting in crop loss and millions of dollars worth of damages. You mentioned in your testimony the challenges that farmers and ranchers face as we continue to deal with the impact of climate crisis. Can you elaborate more on how the EPA is working with the USDA to combat these challenges?
Well, thank you for the compliments, and thank you for the question. And I think Secretary Vilsack has a number of programs that fit under his umbrella that do have some spillover into ours. And I can tell you that on the mitigation side, when we look at how we can reward our farmers and ranchers and for doing voluntary actions, but also account for the carbon reductions we're seeing on the mitigation side, that's an area that we are working hand in hand in among many others. My Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Federal Advisory Committee is also another group of advisors that I have that are helping us think through creative mitigation opportunities to reduce climate pollution, but more importantly, or just as importantly, think about how we adapt to the changing climate. So as Secretary Vilsack and I think about combating drought or flooding, or like in my home state of North Carolina, saltwater intrusion that's impacting farmland, we're really taking advice from this Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Federal Advisory Committee on what are some of the best practices we can put in place to adapt to this changing climate. Our farmers are on the front lines. They have very tough, hard jobs. And so we don't want to be viewed as just regulators. We want to be viewed as partners. And I've tried very hard over the past 2 years to present EPA as a partner in as many ways as possible.
Thank you. I also understand that pesticides are essential to the agriculture sector. Can you explain what the EPA is doing to look for viable alternatives to some of those most toxic pesticides to protect our farmers, to protect our farm workers, and really just provide more tools to be able to continue agriculture prosperity, but yet safeguard our environment and those that could be harmed by pesticides? And we're trying to do that in the Farm Bill, but other research and efforts that you're involved with would be greatly appreciated.
Well, absolutely, and I think that in addition to some of the more traditional pesticides and herbicides that we are trying to work and ensure that they can be utilized in the safest form possible, we're also looking at a number of exciting new products that are ready to hit the streets, but need to go through a scientific review by the agency and get that green light. And so we've asked for in our previous budget, we're asking for in our current budget, the resources to get the personnel so that we can get these review processes underway. Science and technology is amazing, and we have a lot of new products at our fingertips that are much safer, have less of an impact on the environment, and could be awesome tools in our farmers' toolbox.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm out of time. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Finstead, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Scott, for holding this important hearing today, and thank you, Administrator Regan, for being here. So a few weeks back in March, when Secretary Vilsack was here before our committee, he said that he doesn't want the EPA administrator calling him and telling him how to do his job. So, Mr. Administrator, as a fourth-generation farmer who represents a lot of farmers in southern Minnesota, I'm proud to stand up for farm country. Farmers are the best environmentalists in the world, and we're tired of the EPA bureaucrats telling us how to farm while we're out there busy every day working to feed and fuel the world. So with that being said, Administrator Regan, EPA's Office of Pesticide Programs is earning a reputation in farm country for being unfriendly to farmers and taking overly restrictive, unscientific approaches to regulating pesticides, including measures regarding your ESA work plan, chlorpyrifos, atrazine, and many other issues. So in response to Mr. Lucas earlier, you said the bar the court set on chlorpyrifos was too high. So Administrator Regan, my question for you is pretty simple. Have you read the court order? The court order actually did afford you the option to make a safety determination, and EPA already had 2020 science on hand to support retaining use of this product. You have any comments on that?
I have read the order. My staff has read the order, and the wording of that particular judge's order went above and beyond the standard language that we use when we determine what is safe. And so again, if you read that order very closely, you see a very frustrated judge that set a bar much higher for chlorpyrifos than any other thing that we regulate. And it was just a step too far for us to make. I don't think that EPA and USDA disagreed on the science. And I think Secretary Vilsack is right. He doesn't want me telling him how to do his job. He knows that I have to stand in front of a judge, not him, which is why he's not wanting to tell me how to do my job with chlorpyrifos.
So, Mr. Administrator, I'm sure you can appreciate the frustration we in farm country have. I mean, it's like a dog chasing a tail. You know, we look to the USDA to provide us that strong leadership and that scientific backbone to help us, produce food to feed the world, and then we have the EPA, and we have you saying, you're fighting with the courts and lawsuits and all of these different things. It just, to me, there seems to be some tools in your disposal, and we're just not taking advantage of them. Moving on here, the biodiesel and renewable diesel industry provides a substantial economic benefit for my state's soybean growers. Without the RFS market, soybean prices could drop by about 13%. Meanwhile, the EPA has proposed volumes for advanced biofuels and biomass-based diesel for the next 3 years that are below what the industry is producing today. So are you aware that there's been over $6 billion in announced investment to increase oilseed crush capacity, and this is now in jeopardy as a result of the EPA's RFS proposal?
I have met with the biodiesel, biofuels groups, and they've made us aware of some information. They've also given us some information through the comment period. And listen, we're taking that information under consideration. I can't say more because this is a comment period, but I can tell you that we've heard these communities and we're governing ourselves accordingly.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you just mentioned that you're listening. So I really do, and just my advice is please continue to do that. And if we have the opportunity to meet offline, I would love that to talk to you about the importance this is to us as farmers in farm country and in southern Minnesota. In the 2014 Farm Bill, Congress directed EPA to establish a standing agriculture science committee under the Science Advisory Board to provide scientific and technical advice relating to matters with significant direct impact on enterprises engaged in ag production. How many times has the EPA's Ag Science Committee met since you've became administrator?
I'd have to check with my staff to get the accuracy of that number.
I looked ahead. The answer is 0. Your agency has proposed and finalized hundreds of rules in the last 3 years, many with significant economic impacts for farm country. How many of these rules have received review by the EPA's Ag Science Committee as directed by Congress in the Farm Bill?
It sounds like you have a number that could be, or let me check with my staff.
Yeah, it rhymes with hero and it's 0. The answer is 0. So, the question is, do you believe that, the Biden administration's WOTUS rule, limiting safe and effective crop protection tools, these have significant impacts in farm country. Don't you think the committee's, all right, my time is up. We'll talk offline. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman's time has expired. Now pleased to recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Miss Congresswoman Chavez DeReamer for 5 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong side of the aisle. It took me till the end to screw up this time.
Ms. Craig.
No, Ms. Dakuda.
Craig was here.
Oh, she came back. Okay, well, she was not put on the list. So, very good. All right, Ms. Craig from Minnesota. Sorry about that. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
That's okay, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. You gave me time to sneeze. So, thank you, Ranking Member Scott, Chairman Thompson, and of course, thank you for being with us here today, Administrator Regan. The work that you and the Biden administration have done following the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act to invest in innovative strategies to cut climate pollution, create good-paying jobs for Minnesotans, and accelerate our transition to clean energy across the state of Minnesota truly makes a difference in every single one of our communities. The U.S. is currently transitioning to a cleaner, greener economy to ensure that we preserve a healthy planet for our children to grow up in. That being said, I am concerned about the EPA's approach with regard to this clean energy transition. In the past few months, despite previous support, your policies have alienated the renewable fuels sector. The EPA's proposed RVOs shifted away from investments in the Higher Blends Infrastructure Incentive Program. Biomass based diesel supports over 75,000 jobs, contributes over $23 billion annually to the American economy, and reduces greenhouse gas emissions by approximately 74% when compared to petroleum diesel. These RVO standards overlook those advancements. Furthermore, the EPA's proposed new car pollution rules released last Wednesday was another hit to the renewable fuels sector. These rules also overlook the strides biofuels have made in decreasing greenhouse gas emissions and further limit the biofuels market. You referenced in your testimony that you have a strong desire to work closely with the farming community to promote practical, science-based policies that protect the environment and support the U.S. ag system. I'm concerned that these proposals are not practical for the agriculture community. Not only do these recent EPA actions fail to consider the existing capabilities of the renewable fuels market and its potential for growth, but they undervalue the American farmers who rely on the same biofuels market the U.S. government has been incentivizing for the last decade. So, Administrator Regan, in response to these crippling effect of rising energy prices Americans have experienced across the country, in April, President Biden took bold action to address this issue through an emergency waiver to allow E15 gas to be sold during the summer of '22. Yet, here we are again. We have heard nothing on the status of a nationwide waiver for this season. As we approach the summer driving season, we're again facing the same challenges. So I guess I'll just ask the question, will the administration act in time for the summer driving season to permit the sale of E15 year-round across the country?
I can tell you that we haven't taken anything off the table, and that the E15 waiver is being looked at as a potential tool for this summer, in addition to the longer-term strategy around our response to the 8 governors for a year-round E15 waiver for those 8 states in year 2024.
I know that rising fuel and energy prices are impacting the budgets across the country. Let me just ask you this, because with the tailpipe emission standards that were just released, those goals are stronger than what the Biden administration even asked for. So let me just ask you this. Given the dialogue today, the tailpipe emission standards, does the American biofuels market industry have a future in EPA policy?
It absolutely does. In 2022, I finalized the strongest RVO in history. And in 2023, 2024, and 2025, we're maintaining that trajectory. It was a proposal. We're taking comments on that rule holistically, but also, as you pointed out, on the biodiesel side. And we're going to make adjustments based on those comments and come out with a very strong final rule. I'm working with DOT and DOE and USDA to focus on how we can ensure that aviation fuels is a strong player in the market here. So I consider us walking and chewing gum at the same time. I don't believe that these car rules are alienating agriculture or rural communities. I think that we have complementary policies, so to speak, that'll drive us to a low-carbon future.
Why does the EPA wait until the last minute every single summer to issue the waiver?
I think that it's not necessarily waiting until the last minute, but I think if you look at prior administrations that have proactively issued those waivers or gone too quickly, the courts have struck them down. So we have some precedents that we have to watch out for. There are certain market conditions that must be present in order for EPA to utilize that waiver. And my staff is taking a constant look at when they become present, we can take action.
Mr. Regan, I'm out of time, so I will yield back to the chairman.
Gentlelady's time has expired. And now recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Chavez DeReamer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is on rodenticide, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. On November 29, 2022, the EPA released a public comment on new proposed mitigation measures for 11 rodenticides. Many of the proposed mitigation measures would place severe restrictions on the use of those rodenticides, which would hamper the ability of growers, consumers, schools, businesses, and healthcare facilities to control rats, mice, and other rodents in order to comply with food safety regulations required for rodent control. The limitation of access to vital rodenticides would harm America's public health, food supply, and infrastructure, not protect them. The proposed measures would also hamper environmental justice efforts by increasing the cost of rodent control and making food more expensive for those who can least afford it. These proposed mitigation measures include classifying all non-consumer products as restricted use pesticides. This would require users of these products to become licensed or state-certified applicators for some products and prohibit the surface application methods currently used to protect many of these crops. This would also require growers to conduct carcass searches for 2 weeks after applications are made and include additional limitations on product use based on the presence of endangered species at that location. It is my understanding that in addition to impacting growers, livestock operations, food suppliers, and homeowners, these restrictions could hamper the efforts of some
USD operations such as the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Services. It could interfere with the service's efforts to contain the spread of highly pathogenic avian flu, which has led to the death of more than 50 million chickens and turkeys. So my question, will the EPA work with rodenticide registrants, product users, and the USDA to ensure that any new mitigation measures are practical, science-based, and allow for continued access to these vital pest control tools?
Well, thank you for that question, and I can tell you we are working with USDA and others. This is in its proposal stage, so we've received a ton of comments. I think we saw an uptick in poisoning to children, domestic pets, and endangered species in a combination. So I think we proposed classifying 11 from a restricted use standpoint. But we've met with USDA and other agencies because we want them to be practical and not restrict or undermine food production and safety. It is in the proposal phase, so I can't comment more on that, but just to say we've received a ton of comments and we want to make this as practical as possible.
Thank you. Renewable energy. Marion County, in my home state of Oregon, employs a waste-to-energy facility that provides 13 megawatts of renewable energy to local homes and businesses, while sustainably processing the waste remaining after recycling generated in our community. In addition, Marion County recovers 7,500 tons of ferrous and non-ferrous metal in their waste-to-energy facility annually. That's the equivalent to 6,000 cars worth of steel and 9 million aluminum cans. Each year, this facility diverts more than 179,000 tons from landfills, helping Oregon reach its climate-related goals. The EPA's proposed rulemaking on the Renewable Fuel Standard Program fails to allow waste-to-energy to participate, missing a real opportunity to further reduce emissions and create new and diverse pathways to repower our transportation. Will you revisit the inclusion of waste-to-energy methods in the Renewable Standards Program?
I will take that request back to my team and have a discussion on that.
That's all. I appreciate it. All right, I have one final question for you since I have some time. Many specialty crop growers in my district rely on a variety of crop protection tools to protect their fruits and vegetables from damaging pests and diseases. The use of many of these tools is possible through the work of the IR4 project, which develops the data needed to add additional uses to labels and establish tolerances. Administrator Regan, can you talk about the EPA's work with the IR4 project to support the specialty crop producers?
Well, listen, I think we want to support our specialty crop producers, and we're looking at all kinds of ways to provide the flexibilities and the labeling that we need to keep our specialty farmers, our small farmers, in a most competitive posture. This has been something that's been raised a number of times today, and it's something that I've pledged to take back to my staff and take a closer look at.
Great. Well, thank you for your time, and with that, Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii, Congresswoman Tokuda, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Administrator Regan, for being here. We've heard a reference to China and security issues. You know, I do view our overall defense posture, especially in my home state of Hawaii, as needing to be a whole-of-government approach, including agriculture, including our ability to feed ourselves, protect our natural resources, live up to our trust responsibilities. And for that reason, I just have a few questions that I don't think have really been touched upon today. Cesspool conversion, it's a very big issue in many of our communities across our country, I would say especially in rural America. There's approximately 88,000 cesspools in Hawaii, most of which are in our small capacity cesspools on our neighboring islands, part of my district. Last August, USDA and EPA launched the Closing America's Wastewater Access Gap Community Initiative to provide technical assistance resources to help historically underserved communities identify and pursue federal funding opportunities, as you know. The initiative started with pilots in 11 communities across the country. Specifically, how were they identified and prioritized? I'm particularly concerned about representation from our AA and HPI communities, geographically isolated communities like many that we find in Hawaii that are struggling with both cost and access to infrastructure. And more specifically, when we look at technical assistance, are we also being mindful, how are you taking into account language and other access barriers people may face?
Thank you for that question, and we are definitely taking into account all of our cultural differences when we think about how we best reach our communities. We're providing more than $150 million in technical assistance grants over the next 5 years, and we selected the Hawaii Community Foundation as one of our environmental finance centers, as well as the Rural Community Assistance Program to directly assist communities like the ones that you're speaking of. We want to be sure that whether it's our Tic-Tac program or our Closing the Wastewater Gap or this $150 million in technical assistance, that we're blanketing the country and not leaving any communities behind. And so our Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights is really taking a close look to ensure that the money that flows through EPA, especially from IRA and bill, create an opportunity where everyone has an opportunity for their fair share of these resources.
Thank you. And again, I know we'll work closely with our local counterparts as well, but definitely making sure that is both provided in language that is understandable to many of our communities across our country, and understanding that even technological broadband access barriers exist, making sure that it is in a accessible format is critical, so we make sure, as you said, the money flows to where it's most needed right now. When we're specifically looking at addressing cesspool conversion, property owners often must comply with all federal and state requirements for cesspools. This can cost, as you know, tens of thousands of dollars. It's a major expense for many in Hawaii who are already struggling with the high cost of living and inflation. Could you speak to any barriers EPA programs like the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program what have they been doing to really help people with this cesspool conversion issue? Do you think there's any gaps in the programs? And specifically, especially given a geographically isolated community like mine, are we looking at any innovative ways to be able to create a green workforce to actually be able to help with cesspool conversions, perhaps funding incentives for local manufacturing, innovation, R&D, so as we are all looking to convert, we can do so in a way that is both economically prosperous as well as taking care of our natural environment as well. So if you could speak to that.
I'll say that when we think about the bipartisan infrastructure law, that $50 billion is focused on water infrastructure. $43 billion of that goes through those state revolving loan funds, which we've seen as highly successful in the past. And of that $43 billion, just over 50% must go to disadvantaged communities or communities that have faced these uphill battles for a long period of time. Under the Justice 40 initiative, 40% of the benefits of those investments must stay within those communities. And that's where you begin to touch on job creation, economic development, and the community benefits piece to that. So I would say that the State Revolving Loan Fund is a great opportunity to create all of the dynamics that you just laid out. And that's in addition to choosing Hawaii Community Foundation as one of our environmental finance centers for that $150 million for technical assistance. So I believe we've got a really strong program with a lot of history in terms of the State Revolving Loan Fund. We've got the technical assistance, and we've got that environmental justice and equity overlay to ensure all participation.
Thank you, Administrator. I know I'm out of time, but I would just add, it won't be a question, but I do know that you have been doing meaningful engagement with our Native communities, in particular our Native American tribes, and I would also put a plug in there that in terms of Native Hawaiian consultation and coordination for our trust responsibilities, this is a primary area of concern, and we would like to work with you on this further. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Florida who will be hosting this committee's Farm Bill listening session on this coming Monday, Congresswoman Kamek, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to hosting everyone in the Gator Nation. Go Gators, of course. And thank you, Administrator Regan, for being here today. You state in your testimony that you have a strong desire to work with the farming and ranching communities across this country, and that our farmers are great stewards of the land and are tremendous conservationists. I share that sentiment. You also indicated that you yourself were raised in rural North Carolina and are familiar with the hard work that our ag producers do to put food on all of our tables. While I am glad to hear that, coming from a rural district and an agricultural background, warm and fuzzy and friendly aren't exactly words associated with the EPA when discussing matters with my producers and ranchers. In fact, I think the word hostile is the one most commonly used. So I hope that we can change that dynamic. So I'll just jump right into it. Administrator Regan, can you describe what vegetative filter strips do?
Can I describe?
Vegetative filter strips.
Oh, I am unfamiliar with that term.
Okay. What about the process of contour terracing?
I'm unfamiliar with that one as well. From an expert level, I could opine, but I prefer to not give uneducated.
Well, in the recent Endangered Species Act work plan, the EPA, your agency, proposed numerous mitigation measures that growers would be required to implement when using pesticides to protect listed species, including conservation practices such as cover cropping, field buffers, vegetative filter strips, and contour terracing. However, these practices are very costly. In fact, in the state of Florida, of which I represent, this would impact producers from my home state more than any other state in the union. For example, it would cost $1.2 million annually just to install vegetative filter strips on 5,000 acres. There are hundreds of thousands of acres under production in my home state. So you can imagine the burden that our farmers and ranchers would bear in trying to comply with this particular work plan. How do you expect our growers to comply with these burdensome regulations while facing incredible input cost increases and not go broke in the process?
Well, I'm glad we're having this conversation, and I'm glad it's not a regulation, but we're talking about a work plan. I think what we need to do is ensure that as a work plan is being developed so that we can all get on the same page, that we have the right people at the table so that we're conversing and using the same language and have an understanding of how costly this is going to be. So what I'd like to suggest is that I revisit this with my staff to be sure that we've got the right stakeholders at the table as we continue to talk through this work plan.
Absolutely. And I would open up an invitation for you to come down to Florida, to my district, visit with my producers, and they will actually show you what it all takes in order to be compliant with these regulations. I know that they would welcome that opportunity because this is quite the burden that they have to bear. And I'll just want to piggyback off of my colleague from Minnesota who had a line of questioning earlier talking about the 2014 Farm Bill in which Congress directed the EPA to establish a standing agricultural science committee that would provide the scientific and technical assistance. And to date, it is now 2023, they have met 0 times. And there has been hundreds of proposed and finalized rules, major regulations to the tune of over $100 million plus each that are impacting our agricultural industry. And these have not been covered with this advisory committee because they have, again, met 0 times. So when we have a regulation like WOTUS, the Waters of the U.S. Act, that will actually put many of our producers across the country out of business, and this organization has met 0 times, is it the position of the EPA that it will not have an impact, an adverse negative impact on producers across this country?
Well, let me tell you, I've pledged to follow the science and follow the law, and if Congress has indeed instructed EPA to do something, I will get to the bottom of whether or not we have.
But that's not the question. The question is, do you think that WOTUS will have a negative or positive impact on our agricultural producers?
I believe the WOTUS that we've constructed will provide certainty and durability, right? And I think it'll give a better opportunities for our farmers to have more security. And I also believe that the USDA is positioned to help us with the implementation and understanding of what is being asked for in WOTUS. Listen, WOTUS is designed based on the Clean Water Act. I have to follow the law. And there has been no administrator prior to me successful.
Well, and my time is expiring, so I'm going to have to wrap it up here. But I'm sure my producers will be happy to share with you the impacts that they will be facing under the implementation of WOTUS when you come and visit us in the district. But I appreciate you being here today. Thank you, Administrator Regan. I yield back.
Thank you for the invitation.
General time has expired. Now, please recognize the gentleman in New York who this past Friday hosted a Farm Bill listening session in his congressional district at the home of Farm Bureau in Binghamton, New York. Mr. Molinaro is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for joining us last week. And Administrator Regan, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to ask a question regarding the Hudson River. but I'll ask that question second, and invite you to visit the Hudson River Valley. The Hudson River cleanup remains a major concern for us. I want to return, though, first to, and I appreciate your time today, to the proposed tailpipe rule, and I know that you had some back and forth with one of my colleagues. I absolutely support transitioning to use of electric vehicles. I find obviously confronting climate change an important priority for this country and for Congress. I do. I call the Hudson River Valley home. I have dealt with conservation issues for a long time. However, it is absolutely legitimate to argue that scaling this up to the under the current timeline that the rule and that the President has put in place is just insurmountable. You suggested that this was a proposed rule and therefore we have time until 2027 to get there. But I really would ask you, how exactly do we think we can make that transition in that period of time, knowing full well that we just don't have either the supply chain and we're reliant on, in this case, almost overwhelmingly China for this purpose?
Well, thank you for the question. And listen, we're following the market. We've had over $120 billion invested by the private sector just in electric vehicles and batteries. When I say proposal, this is a proposal which has a range of numbers that we're going to be discussing over the next year so that we can finalize this rule. The final rule kicks in 2027.
But the President has said not only to meet the rule for 2027, but that this administration thinks that we can achieve the goal to increase that to 50% by 2030. What steps or what could we point to that would make a legitimate argument that we could make that transition? I've often said the analogy is sort of like we're standing on one side of the river looking at the other, and the administration says, here, we're not going to build the bridge, we just want you to cross the river. Yeah. How do we get there from here?
I think on the 50% by 2030, the President had all of the big three autos and others standing with him making that commitment. That's the private sector making the commitment of 50% by 2030.
I can get them to stand with me as well, but the technology doesn't exist.
Well, they say that it does, and quite frankly, some of them have some very ambitious goals that are, quite frankly, more ambitious than some of the numbers that are proposed in the rule that we have. And so what I can say is that we're looking at the markets, we're looking at technology, and I would agree with you that we have to have some things fall into place, which is why the President has mobilized domestic manufacturing with the CHIPS and Science Act. We've got tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act that will spur more purchases of electric vehicles. There's a convergence of things that are occurring, but I want to remind people, what we have done is proposed a range of numbers that we will be discussing with labor and the automobile industry over the next year or so.
I appreciate that. I think that the over-reliance on China at this point is a threat and quite frankly needs to be confronted. Since I wanted to get to this question, under the current Superfund agreement related to the Hudson River, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to finally restore the Hudson to a healthy status. I will tell you that there has been increasing concern that the EPA is not going to hold the polluters to complete a cleanup. And I will say to you, as a person who's spent 30 years in elected office in the Hudson River Valley, the regional administrator and the staff there has not, in my opinion, sufficiently met the need to be aggressive in meeting that Superfund agreement. We're asking the governor and the attorney general of the state of New York to hold firm. What can you do to assure the people of the Hudson River Valley that the EPA is going to not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? We will do an enormous disservice to future generations and to the Hudson River Valley if the EPA waffles, and I do observe the EPA waffling.
I don't believe, let me rephrase that, we will not waffle. But what I think we need to do is make sure that all of the elected officials and my regional administrator are conversing on a regular basis so that we can understand what everyone is doing to meet this deadline and meet this goal.
Can you assure us the EPA is going to hold firm on meeting the stated language of the agreement?
I can assure you that we're going to hold firm on holding the polluter accountable and cleaning up the mess.
I will say to you, it is clear that the EPA over time has allowed this allowed cleanup not to meet the expected standard. I worry that the EPA is not going to hold them accountable. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I conclude. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired, and seeing no other members, and we didn't miss many, obviously. We had outstanding attendance here today, and as customary, I'll close with some closing comments before I adjourn our meeting. First of all, thank you, Administrator, for your time, over 4 hours. Much appreciated.
Yes, sir.
Thank you to all of our members. We had outstanding participation. This is the impact that your agency has on our number one industry in this country. And that's a number one industry when it comes to the economy, when it comes to the jobs, quite frankly, when it comes to the environment and to the climate, for what they accomplished today already. The fact that American agriculture is science, technology, and innovation, you can see what the importance of that was reflected in the attendance and reflected in and maybe the emotion as well on occasion. And thank you to our staff, because we couldn't do this without our staff, the personal staffs, the committee staff that are present. You know, American agriculture concerns are significant when it comes to the EPA. I've traveled to over 40 states. Going to hit a couple more before we're going to be in Raleigh, North Carolina on Friday, and then in Florida on Monday before we're back here on Tuesday to go back into session with Farm Bill listening sessions. And it's pretty consistent. There's a lot of concern with the EPA. I just share with you candidly, and I heard that long before you stepped into this office in this role. But concerns about things that are going on with the Biden administration. Again, we're not looking in the rearview mirror, we're looking out the windshield. And so we're trying to get the EPA to where it needs to be to support the number one industry. And some of those things, obviously, that it's a concern to be heard. And it is unacceptable, as pointed out. The advisory committee has not been operated. I know you talked a lot about workforce, but at the same time, I don't think there's any acknowledgement that some of your scientists, and I would think a significant number, are funded by the industries that are key stakeholders because they want you to have. And I don't think we got around to asking how many of EPA employees were still working virtually. It's time to go back to work in all the federal agencies. They want, their concerns are they want decisions based on real science and not political science. They want an EPA that is collaborative and not punitive. And I'm not saying you disagree with these things. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing as I travel the country. They want policies that are voluntary and locally led, not dictated or mandated. They want policies that provide real solutions. They want, when changes are made, like with the crop protection tools, it was pretty much unacceptable that real solutions, that there were not real alternative solutions provided before they were stripped of working solutions. I mean, having ideas and a vision of what will replace them is unacceptable if those are not currently available, and taking away tools that can't be replaced is absolutely unacceptable. These are the things I'm hearing. The EPA's mission is to protect human health and the environment. I don't need to tell you that. I know you're dedicated to that. Quite frankly, a robust American agriculture industry is fundamental to human health and the environment. And a weakened American agriculture industry threatens human health and the environment. Eliminating crop protection tools while predicting future tools that are yet to be created is not helpful. Attacks on private property rights, as well as state sovereignty when it comes to non-navigable waters. I think there's nobody in this room that on this committee that doesn't support the Clean Water Act. And quite frankly, it has worked. I mean, and that, as pointed out, that was created under a Republican president. Proud of that fact. But
you know, the WOTUS, as the way it's been done, is an attack on the intent of Congress with the Clean Water Act. You've allowed activists to begin to dictate through the courts, and that means we have certainly some members of the judicial branch that are trying to legislate from the bench. Attacks on the rural economy, targeting fossil fuel production and the ethanol industry, and quite frankly, the marriage of that liquid fuels industry is what has helped to bring down our emissions dramatically. Our emissions are so much better than anywhere else in the world, you know, because of that. And if you and to do that in favor of a political science-based electric vehicles push that is not a climate solution, because of where that baseload energy comes from, if you crush the ethanol industry, which is significant part of agriculture. If you crush the petroleum industry, you will crush the rural economy, and that's not good for any American. If the Biden administration is serious about climate, there are no better climate heroes in the world than the American farmer, rancher, and forester. We know today that the data shows 6.1 gigatons of carbon are sequestered annually, 10.1% more than what we emit on those natural land solutions. That's crops, livestock, and trees. And I would encourage EPA's unapologetic support for America's hardworking agriculture families, because they are the best climate heroes anywhere in the world, given their productivity, given their application of science, technology, and innovation. And yeah, and we certainly agree that it is not an industry that is static, it's dynamic. So, Mr. Regan, thank you again for taking time to be here. I hope this opens the door to further productive interactions between your agency and the entire committee. I heard a lot of conversation today about the importance of following sound science, and I appreciate your commitment to do so. Unfortunately, some of the actions you've taken stand in stark contrast to this commitment. In turn, farmers have lost access to necessary crop protection and production tools. I urge you to use these resources to expand grower access, the tools that they need, not to restrict already available tools, and not to demonize tools before we have working solutions. Crops are vulnerable to a lot of diseases. Government bureaucracy is probably the most harmful one. It is clear to me there are a number of regulatory actions pursued by your agency that negatively impact American farmers and ranchers, and I'd be interested to know if your agency has conducted a comprehensive study to measure the economic impact your actions have on rural America and the people who live and work there, especially the new car and truck standards. And yes, the Biden administration is lining up behind big business, and they're doing that because that's what the President Biden was. It was climate, which we are all in favor of. We're in agriculture. We have the climate solution, so we love the climate, tackling the climate issue. But electric vehicles, I have no doubts that industries that have been bailed out in the past by government are going to try to follow whatever the current president and current administration's priorities are, whether they're workable solutions or based on political science or real science. But we need you to stand with the people who provide the feed, the food, the fiber, the building materials, and the energy resources in this country, and that's the American farmer. And so I would be interested to know if your agency has conducted a comprehensive study to measure the economic impact your actions on rural America and the people who live and work there, especially those standards, pesticide decisions, natural resource regulations. And if this assessment has not taken place, I would request that this study be done by the EPA and sent to the committee no later than this summer. And with that note, under the rules of the committee, the record of today's hearing will remain open for 10 calendar days to receive additional material and supplementary written response from the witness to any question posed by a member. This hearing of the Committee on Agriculture is adjourned.
Thank you.